Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
Hello? I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
You will bring the jury.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dahil mihi Anglican por Latino.
Literally not true.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
All right, welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I would say good afternoon, but it's a little bit of good morning. I took a nap. I took a beautiful, beautiful Wednesday afternoon hump day nap, and I just woke up. I'm like, oh no, I'm late. Let's see, where's my focus? There we go.
Hello?
Good morning, one and all. Good afternoon to the rest of you. Let's see, where's my... Why'd they end up way up there?
In the beginning, when we started 110 years ago?
We'll fix it here in just 1 second. There we go. Now I'm back where I belong. All right, welcome everybody. Especially welcome to Share Bear, who was first in chat this afternoon. Share Bear, your promptness and punctuality, when I was not, has earned you a punishment. Everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility as a result. So good luck with that. Let's see. We have where's my? I'm trying to see if we got some feed coming in yet. Box source. Where are we on? You're on 3. Okay. 3 is going to be 7. And we're getting everything in order for you so we can jump to the Hawaii case, which is going to look a little something like this, because 3 hours of deliberation have gone by so far. 3 hours, and that's when the jury went home. And was that enough? We don't know. It could be that we walk in this morning, the jury's like, all right, now we're ready. We slept on it. We feel good about our decision. But let's see. The judge needs to do a better job running his courtroom, in my opinion. This is Joe Sherlock. Motion for Hawaii time live on screen so people can see what time it is in Hawaii. You drive a hard bargain. You want me to use my new gear. That's what you want, Laura. I can see already. You want me to use my 2ME switcher, where I'm currently using a 1ME switcher, which would make that possible. And it's all right down there. I was actually working on it before I took a nap. But it is 8:57 a.m. out in Hawaii. The sun has come up. It's beautiful. People are out surfing, fishing, doing whatever else they do in Hawaii, probably eating Hawaiian pineapple on pizza, of course. And that's it. I'm enabling you to use the new gear for the greater good of the mods. This is Laura. I'm thinking how we would do that. Because right now, I think I've got one more overlay. I'm using 1, 2, 3. I can do 4 at a time. I mean, technically, I could do 6, but it gets really tricky there. 1, 2, 3. What? I would just need a source on it. I would just need a new camera plugged in with the Hawaii time. Then it'd be good. My child wants me to listen to her read me. Oi, frog! There could not be a verdict, but for about 15 minutes. I think he'll be fine. I'm gonna start the timer at the top of the hour, which is like in just a moment. As a matter of fact, it's in mere seconds. Not knowing if we're going to come into court. If we come into court and we get to see everybody, like get welcomed in by the judge, we'll reset it to 3 hours again. But without knowing that, we're just going to go ahead and start the deliberations right at the top of the hour, which is in 15 seconds. I'm trying to be precise. Hawaii time's an oxymoron. Time is a construct in Hawaii more so than anywhere else. So, and 3, 2, 1, boom. So now we've attempted to start the timer. It's working. I got court in one window and the tail end of a spacecraft stream in the other. Baby Shark, what a better place. What a wonderful place to be. I put Hawaii into my phone clock. Also, Texas, Ohio, Norway. Yes. Because you never know when you might need to just fly to Oslo and cruise the fjords in Norway and have some delicious chocolate. Tammy Lee also had a nice nap while waiting. That's wonderful. I recommend that highly. I'm sorry for those who were not able to have a nap. We're just beginning what could be an 8-hour shift on our Hawaii time schedule. And the jury hasn't even made it yet. We're going to have to reset the timer to 3 o'clock then, which is, let's see. I can do that, but let's pause. I can barely see that. Need a big screen. We'll go ahead and take those 57 seconds off the clock, like that. And once again, a huge shout out to Trial TV Live who made this beautiful timer, which works beautifully for what we need it to do. No other timer on the internet allows you to do what we just did right there. Take time off the clock and start halfway through. So thank you very much. A great little program. I love it. Can't nap. I've had a hard time sleeping at night. Blue Star, you and me both. I was up from 1 till 4:30 last night. Brutal. Absolutely brutal, which is probably why I slept this afternoon. But let's see. Hawaii versus Koenig Gerhardt. Gerhardt Koenig. Koenig's his last name. Verdict watch. Yes, we're there. Fixed it. Josh was right on it. Thank you, Josh. Ran an errand, got lunch, watched GH, and here General Hospital, and here I am. We'll sit tight. I expect we're probably going to hear from the judge at least briefly in this one, and I'd like to just hear if there's any sort of updates, especially, there's sometimes what we hear from the judge where he tells us that things have happened that we just didn't hear about, whether it be a message that was sent to the judge just to convey, time frames or jury proclivities. I don't know, whatever it is. I have to give a big shout out to my wife who went and procured 3 cases of Deer Park water on the break as well. Love my grandkid says, I'm running after my 18-month-old granddaughter. I need a nap now. You will never catch up. That's the way it's supposed to be. Where is Melissa? Melissa's going to watch from home, I think, for the rest of this. We're just going to sort of all watch together on this end because you never know what's going to happen in court. It's a long time to sit on some hard benches when nothing's happening. Kim R. is headed home from work. Kim, wonderful. You're finished with the hump day. At least the work portion. Means you can focus on the fun part now. Thank you, Josh. We are on Verdict Watch and appreciate you pinning it. You're doing a fabulous job, Josh. Absolutely fabulous. If you ever get the chance to eat pineapple from Maui called Maui Gold, you will not be disappointed.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Mm-hmm. I brought back 4 back about 3 years ago, and my goodness, it was like eating a slice of heaven. Yeah, that's the way it is. Like something fresh grown locally, always tastes better. Whether it's honey or pineapple or apples or even beef, fresh caught trout, anything you can catch or pick or grow locally and then consume is going to taste better than whatever the farm raised, factory produced product version of it is. There's something about that. Hi everyone, says JCT35J. So RA, how long more do you think they need? Well, we think collectively that this is about the right amount of time, but we always tend to be on the early side, especially when we have a large percentage of us that feel a certain way about the trial, a certain way about the outcome. If we're here, we have, I think it was 87% came out as guilty on the poll, guilty as charged. Then we think it's obvious it should be fast, right? The jury should be able to go back there and just, I'm not going to say wham bam type thing, but yeah, it should be just in and out and done. But it always tends to take just a little bit longer, which I'm okay with, because honestly, the process of being a jury, we've started the timer. I'm seeing a timer. Just 1 second. So we're gonna put 1 more minute on the clock right here. We're gonna set it like that. And 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Roll tape. There we go. So looks like we now have indication that the jury is present and deliberating, which means we might not hear from the judge at all. He might just be kicking back, taking it easy. Guilty or hung, he's not going to get 12 not guilty votes. Listen to learn, his lawyer, Mr. Otaki, never even asked for the not guilty. Never asked for it. He's like, just follow the evidence. Follow what I've told you, and then you'll do the right thing. I'm not sure if he couldn't bring himself to say not guilty, just from the reaction he was getting, the visual feedback he was getting from the jurors, or what. But he never asked for the not guilty, which was huge considering his client's whole story is that he's not guilty. That the one little piece he did, I hit her with the rock twice, was in self-defense, which would be a defense to any of the charges, right? And he still didn't ask for it. So that's rather telling. Indy Cindy, member for 34 months. I made pineapple upside down cake for Easter from scratch. It's been a long time. You should try making it right side up. It's probably easier. Loretta Hauser, thanks for clicking the subscribe button. Unfortunately, there's a 5-minute delay before you can talk. I can't wait, though, until you can introduce yourself in chat. We can welcome you officially. Welcome. Hawaii is 12 hours behind Europe. It's basically, half a day on the other side of the world. That's what it is. Let's see. A 9:06 in a.m. in Hawaii. I'm going to work on getting this local time, but I don't know. I'm thinking about where I can bring it in from. I've got sources. I could do it, but we have a call from across the pond. Just 1 second.
Call from Welsh Lady.
Welsh Lady, how are you doing, my friend?
Hello, my lovely. How are you, Scott?
I've been better, but I'm doing great. It's always good to hear your voice.
Yeah. It's always good to see you on my big screen. Hello, chat. I know there's lots of people's names I don't recognize, though, so I do hello you all and welcome. and just want to give a big welcome. But Scott, I wanted to congratulate you, my love, for your 70,000 yesterday.
Thank you.
I'm so proud to be a friend, and so proud of your progress with your channel. It's amazing. It's really, really, truly amazing.
Well, it has been a joy, and you're a part of that. It wouldn't have happened without you. So thank you very much.
I'm just one person. We've got such a lovely community in the chat that it's what we all make of ourselves as well, isn't it? Holding ourselves accountable, etc. And the other question I had for you, Scott, I'm so sorry it's taken me so long to ring to ask this, but are you a grandpa yet?
I'm a grandpa, yes.
Are you grandpa?
I have a brand new baby granddaughter about 2 weeks ago.
Oh my gosh!
Yep.
I was so happy for you. You and Mrs. R.A.
It was funny.
Congratulations.
I'll tell you the story. It's funny for me. It's not as funny for my son, but we were talking to him. My wife was talking to them on the phone, and my son's so proud. He's like, "Oh, she's making all these noises, these happy noises. You got to listen." And so they held the baby up to the phone, right? Not the video phone, just the normal, like the telephone. And and they're like waiting, and she just filled her diaper, just full on, just explosive filled her diaper. And that's all my wife heard on the phone. And we're like, oh, she sure is a happy baby. Had a girl.
That's a way. That's the Welsh now.
Yeah, it was funny. It's funny because our oldest, we had a lot of those experiences being brand new parents with him. Sometimes on long road trips in the car seat, and we've had to get rid of car seats because they're not salvageable, and it's just seeing some of that sort of like come around full circle is it was pretty good.
It's like now it's your turn, son.
Yep.
And always lovely to have a grandbaby around, and always lovely to give them back.
Yep. It's wonderful. We can't wait to get out there and get to spend some time with them. So that'd be cool.
Oh, I'm so glad. Please pass my congratulations on to Mrs. R.A. and to your son, to your daughter, and to the family. Oh, I'm so elated for you.
Thank you very much.
I won't keep on rambling. I'm just going to say that I watch you all the time. I know I'm not in the chat as much anymore, but that's due to other reasons, not to do with the channel or anything. That's me, that is, okay?
I hope everything's going well for you. And thank you. It brightens our day to hear your voice. So thank you so much.
It's the health issues, It's just it's just that's all it.
We're getting old, and it's not fun.
But I know. The attempted murder with the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
His testimony. Oh my gosh!
It was pretty rough.
It was awful. It was horrendous. In terms of, I didn't believe a word that he said. I found his credibility to be so poor.
It might have helped if he didn't have to say that everyone else was lying. If there were just some other witnesses he could agree with instead of have them all be wrong. I don't know. I could have. It just doesn't stand to reason that he's the one truthful one in this.
Can't get mad.
What an unfortunate man. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Everyone's lying about him. He can't get mad. Mm-hmm. And he's still emotionally attached to Ari's pink thermos, I think.
I think that is hers. That's got to be. I mean, him, it's making the noise and on the stand, drinking from it so often. And it's got to be like some way to like rub it in her face. I wish I could find out if that, if there's a connection. Is that something that was special or unique to them? Or is that from, I don't know.
He still can't, it's like he still can't let go. He still can't let go of it. It's like he can't let go of the affair. He can't let go of the flask, the thermos.
Yeah. Well, awesome. Welsh Lady, thank you very much. Your laugh brightens our day. I hope you get feeling better and be able to do all the fun things you want to do.
Thank you, my darling, and thank you so much for everybody. You all take care. I'm going back to watching you on the big screen.
All right. Cheers.
See you soon. Speak to you soon, all right? Take care, lovely.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Ta!
Love it. Absolutely love it. She's amazing. Yes, if you haven't heard the Welsh Lady read the Wonky Donkey story on her channel, you have not lived. So that is wonderful on her YouTube channel. All right, the wheels of justice deliberate very slowly on island time in Hawaii. Goes at a snail's pace. Barb, that might be why we might have a longer deliberation time. It's just the general relaxed attitude in Hawaii. You are, after all, in paradise. Why rush anything, right? So you're at the place everyone else wants to be. Why would you rush through your day when you can just chillax? All right. Can we talk about Leticia Stauch getting a new trial? I may have missed it. You've already spoken about this. We can talk about it, Yowzer, for sure. I know the state is appealing this decision, so it's not a done deal. It's not like we have a date yet, but her conviction was overturned. And the reason behind that, we talked about this a little bit with Josh on Courtroom Confidential on Saturday afternoon this last week. Which, by the way, shout out to Josh and Courtroom Confidential. You guys are amazing. Thank you once again for being a guest. It's always an honor, and you guys are just wonderful. But the reason it was overturned was because of a structural error. And when you think of structural error, think of building, right? Think of building a bridge or a skyscraper or something. There is a structural error near the foundation where something was done incorrectly. Because of that, they have to tear down the whole building and rebuild it. That's what happened. This wasn't an appellate judges looking at this and saying, yeah, the jury got this wrong. That's not how the appeals work. They were looking at one specific area of this trial and quite literally ignoring the mountains of evidence against Leticia Stauch. That did not even come into their consideration at all. The only thing they looked at was the fact that there was a juror who had a relation to, was a relative to a district attorney. There was a tie in there, and it wasn't even like direct. It was like through a son-in-law. But there was that tie there, and that juror should have been dismissed because of that relation. And because they weren't, this structural error exists. And structural errors are such that they're so significant in the eyes of the law that it does not have to be objected to at the time or basically at all during the trial by the defense, by the injured party, to preserve the right for appeal. So all the way down the road, they could have not said a word about it all the way at the end and still have had this outcome. But basically, it's pointing the finger a little bit at Judge Werner, saying you shouldn't have allowed that, Judge. You should have kicked him off, and this was a deliberating juror, and it didn't happen because of that. There was a structural error, conviction overturned. It's a new trial. So it's that's gonna be very difficult to sit through. Was there a Rex hearing today? Anyone? Yes, Sunshine Sarah, there was. Rex Herman admitted to, I believe it was 8 murders. That was the Long Island serial killer. This was not televised. There weren't cameras, even a radio. There wasn't even an audio recording released yet. There might be something that comes out through a FOIA request later. But as far as live feeds, it was not there. But he did admit to that, basically admitting and taking away any doubt as to whether or not he was, in fact, a Long Island serial killer. And now we know he was. Let's see. What else happened in the world? What were the results of the guilty, not guilty poll? 87% guilty, not guilty was 13% for us in this community. I'm in the local area, says Tequila Mockingbird, of the Leticia Stauch case, so I'll keep you posted on the local news coverage. Thank you, Tequila Mockingbird. It's a case that's close to us because we watched it, and it was devastatingly hard. Probably the hardest case that we've covered on this channel, period. Because of the content, because of how much it just hurts your soul to see and hear somebody doing that to a child, let alone their own. It's terrible, absolutely terrible. Your heart just breaks over and over, and as more and more evidence came in. We sat through that, and there was sort of the mantra that the justice for Gannon was sort of like gave us strength to go through and see through it. But I don't know if we can do it again. Quite honestly, the evidence is out there. We know there's a mountain of evidence. We know there's a ton of support. The community's has been incredibly supportive, even from when they first thought he was just missing. All the way through, but we haven't made a decision on that. It's going to be a tough one, and I know that whichever way I decide, a lot of people will be unhappy about the decision, whether we watch it or whether we don't watch it. But it might come down to what else is happening in the world of true crime at the time. But man, it would just be tough to go back to that trial again. I wish there's some way we could offer our support without dragging us through it again. I mean, we had some moments of levity and, the cash baby and everything else, the stories, the lies that she told. But it was really hard. Let's see. Yeah, the community, after pouring so much into that and finding out that they were completely led astray. All right. We want to watch a verdict. Maybe we could do that. Maybe we could do verdict only on that one. Poor father. I know it. Just every witness that's involved there, even the law enforcement. I mean, that was brutal for them as well. Just when they have a case like that, a lot of them are parents themselves. They've got kids or grandkids, and just reliving that horror that they exposed and investigated and had to piece together. Am I the only one getting a blurry RA at times? No, I feel blurry sometimes as well. I am in focus now, so if it's blurry, that might be something else. I should try. I got my new streaming encoder. I should try that, because I could actually put out a 4K. I would be 4K in this corner. I would be the only thing in 4K. That wouldn't change the court feed. But all right, the trial with the FedEx driver is horrific, and what nightmares are made of. I know. I'm sitting here. I watch a bunch of things at the same time, so I've got this going in the corner, watching what's happening in that trial as the interrogation's being played, and that's pretty bad as well. Play with the new toys, a timer, a 4K face cam. You know what, Laura? I would tell you, in setting up the equipment that I've just got this last 2 weeks, I bought 10. They're called SDI cables. Let me see if I can show you what they are. I can't, but here, this will work. See this little connector? This is the female version of the cable. It has little bayonets, you can clip on over the top and twist and lock it in. It's a video cable, and I bought 10 cables that have the 2 clip-on ends and then 1.5 feet or so of extension. And I thought, that's all I'm going to need for all my inputs into my system, so I can have all the camera sources and everything. I've used all but one of those cables, and I haven't even got to the inputs yet. Just inside the box, routing connections from different machines so I can watch feedback and monitor and record and everything else. I'm going to need some more cables, but it's all going to be in the box. It's all going to fit. When does your new magnetic voice recorder arrive, Bobby? I wish. No, I actually don't need a magnetic voice recorder. I have one already. I got one right here. I've got this one. This one has a magnet clip on the back, and it's a voice recorder, and it works brilliantly. And it also transmits for like 600 feet. What an exciting life! I love what I do, and I'm excited to keep. I keep buffering. I'm not seeing buffering on my end. That's a problem. It shouldn't be buffering. Anyway, I'm excited about teaching my kids how to do it. YouTube's having issues if you hear buffering, close out and come back in. No buffering here. Did stall for a moment. Sounds like some of their servers are having trouble. Food is important to Hawaiians. They will reach a verdict before lunch. I don't know. They're getting fed, and they're probably being fed well. Buffering because he's an AI. Thank you. Every day I'm buffering. Did anyone watch the trial with the Border Patrol agent that killed his son and baby mama? His son. We've watched a couple Border Patrol agent trials. The one where he was killing workers. That's the one where he was like running from the police and mocking them at the same time, like, you can't catch me, ha ha ha. That one. That was a different one, I think. Okay, what's the possible sentence for Mr. Hawaii? If he's convicted as charged, it's life with the possibility of parole. But in Hawaii, things are done a little bit differently. Just like in every state, the laws are different. Say, for instance, Hawaii requires you to retreat if you're able before you use deadly force. Some states don't require it. They can have what they call a stand your ground law. In Hawaii, the laws regarding life with the possibility of parole don't set a date, like a time period on how many years you have to serve before you can get parole. So theoretically, he could be in for a year, and then the Board of Parole say, let's revisit his parole and see if it's time to release him. I don't think they would, but the way the law is written, they could. But they could also go for forever. But some of the lesser charges, the lesser includeds, would have a number sentence on it. Right. Notice the trend of juries eating before a verdict. They don't want their food to get cold. We're not going to get a taste of the FedEx trial. No. It's a tough one. Let's see, a different one. One was a Border Patrol agent. One was a trash truck driver. I remember the trash truck driver in, I think it was Florida, the garbage truck driver that picked out the spot. Killed his girlfriend there. Richens' sentencing is May 13th. That's Corey Richens. Sometime soon, we should get a date picked out for her financial crimes trial, which is a criminal trial, but it's separate from the murder. So that's going to be happening soon. There are lots of YouTube channels covering FedEx. Yeah, I mean, I can show you the trial, but we just that's one that's a tough one. I wonder what Corey is doing for attorneys civilly with no money since they bailed on her. Well, she is afforded a lawyer. She's afforded a lawyer. So I keep saying a lawyer. She has the right to a lawyer, and if she can't afford one will be provided for her. And I believe that stands through appeals as well. She has the right to have representation through appeal. So the one will be appointed to her, and they'll get along or they won't. But an appeal will be filed. Possibly covering Corey's other trials. We'll see what the schedule looks like. Grizzly has the FedEx trial. She's going to do a great job with that. Grizzly is fantastic, especially on deep dives. In civil trial, she's not entitled to a lawyer. I don't know what civil trial she's facing. Maybe some family law stuff. But the financial stuff isn't civil. The financial stuff is criminal. Grizzly's doing a great job. We get to snark. That's awesome. Corey's sentencing on Eric's birthday. I love how it works out like that. When the judge schedules it, it's just like, what day's free? And it just seems to fall on these anniversary dates of significance. It's great. She sued her sister. She sued the trust, and the sister sued her. Is that the one that EDB wants to cover, or is it the mortgage fraud? Love Judge Mrazek's voice. Incredible, so I said to the person. Please do the Caleb Flynn, the American Idol guy accused of murdering his wife. Yes, we've already been in contact with the courts, reached out for pool media access on that one. And we're planning on that. I think that's April 28th is the start date for that. Just picked up a new work bag. Still waiting on the propofol, but almost complete. Bobby, love that you're planning ahead. That's awesome. You'll be ready for anything. Is Corey appealing her criminal trial? I think she wants to. She'll probably get a lawyer to put an appeal in, but I don't think it'll go anywhere. I mean, on what grounds? I can't think of any glaring, obvious area where the trial's deficient or an error was made that we know of. That it'd be weak. EDB's doing both, but one criminal, one civil. It's the civil lawyers that bailed. Man, her being her own lawyer, that would be funny. Maybe I should start a GoFundMe for an Airbnb so I can cover the Flynn trial. We're hoping to get some answers back on media access so we can plan what we need to send where for that one. Because sometimes we just send a little piece of equipment, and sometimes we have to send more. Corey represented herself initially in the civil suit. She wrote the letters. It's almost like Sarah Boone. Starlight Ranch, thanks for clicking the subscribe button. In just a couple minutes, you will be free to speak in chat. Sorry for the delay. Corey Richards should make an attorney wanted poster like Sarah Boone did. Yoo-hoo, Mr. Owens. Sarah Boone's attorney wanted poster was epic. I mean, she actually has some design skills, like some layout. I mean, she wasn't working with like Photoshop or some other cool program. It was just a pen in her prison cell, and she made something pretty cool, and it worked. I like to think it worked because we gave it a lot of publicity. Dana Grand Jury, you can basically appeal. If you go back and listen to the Corey Richards trial, every single time the defense objected to something and the judge said, nope, I rule against you, and they say, he says, it's preserved for the record. Any one of those things could be in the appeal, and might be, right? You might go through and try to argue every single one, throw everything at the wall like spaghetti and see if something sticks. And then, of course, there's also the possibility that there was something like a structural error where there was a mistake made that you didn't have to object to preserve it. I didn't see anything like that. Judge Mrazek was absolutely incredible and meticulous in what he was doing, and I think he was extremely fair. Possibly they could object to the change of venue not being granted. Having people not thrown off the case that should have been, they think. So that would probably be in the appeal. But really, I think that's more sour grapes than really grounds for an appeal. And they could just hope they get lucky with an appellate panel that agrees with her. All right. Keep an eye out for any good Alaska trails. I have free stay at my brother's in Clam Gulch near Homer. Wow. If we do something in Alaska, I would definitely have to go up there in person, fly up with the Starlink, and get the local feel for sure. I've never been to Alaska, and I just had a friend, actually my business partner, in one of our other businesses, just moved to Alaska last week. He's gonna be up there for, I think his plan is like 5 years. And he's way, way, way up, like the top of Alaska. I think everyone lives in little igloos up there. I don't know where. He is in like seventh heaven. The guy loves hunting and fishing, and he's just he's basically retired, and now he just gets to live in Alaska. Do you like the cold? I love it. Absolutely love it. I've been wearing my winter coat for years now. Free room for RA at my brother's place. Listen to learn. Thank you very much. Lived in Anchorage for 2 years with the military. Got married on a glacier in Alaska. It's a must go. Wow. Like, are you talking like ice climbing the side of the glacier, or just like sort of out on the ice floe somewhere? I do have Norwegian DNA a little bit. I thought I had more than I actually do, but problem is if I ever go to Alaska, it's going to ruin me. I'll never be able to fish for 8-inch rainbow trout and enjoy it because you use bait bigger than that in Alaska. Trolls do come out on the big trials. It's disturbing. They happen now and then. Appreciate you guys ignoring them when they pop their ugly head up in chat. And mods are taking care of it without a problem. So thank you. And thanks for being I know I did get one person who was quite angry with me yesterday. And I don't know who it is because they've never texted the burner phone before. But they basically told me that my community was terrible and they'd never watch again. And I felt a little sad for them because obviously we had a day where we had just a whole bunch of new people. And when that happens, YouTube's like, oh, people are going there. Let's dump other people over there that have no interest in it. And people come in who just are, here to make a snarky remark and then leave. And that's not us. And we know that. But I felt bad that they saw that and thought that was our community and that's what we get. But yeah, it's all good. Let's see. Residents get to dip net salmon. Oh, Tammy. You're tempting me. You're tempting. Let's see. There's a flood watch in Honolulu. Well, the jury's there. As long as they're deliberating, I think we'll be okay. It's if they weren't there and we had a concern about accessing the courtroom, there would be a problem. I'm not hurt over the comment. I'm disappointed that they thought that that's what we are. I didn't even respond to it because I didn't know who it was. They didn't say their name, so it's all right. I hope they do come back and see that we're not that way though, because this community is amazing and I love it. All right, I hate heat. I'm almost too hot and miserable for 3 months in PA. Good times. What do you think of this judge? Kath, this judge probably wins the Best Smile Award. He just looks like he's happy all the time. And his demeanor, as far as he never raised his voice or got upset or even sounded offended at anything that happened. And there were some chances for him to be offended during this trial. So for that, I give him really high marks. But on the controlling the courtroom side, I think he could do better. And not just for his benefit, right? Because he's happy with the outcome and how the court operates, obviously, because that's what he does. And he could do it differently if he wanted to. But in a trial like this, you've got like victims' families and witnesses and stuff that... And a jury that get to see some of this behavior. And I think for that reason, I think he should control the courtroom a little bit better. I wished he would have. I wish he would have just been a little more forceful on the basic decorum, like don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. And I've made a ruling, and this is the ruling. And your objection's preserved, but don't come back and keep arguing when I've listened to you and given you a chance twice to speak about it, and I've weighed the options and considered the law and I've made a ruling. Don't come back and at me, with that. I wish that he didn't allow that, but overall I like him. After days of 80s, we have a frost warning here in the mountains. We have, it was like 45 this morning, which was pretty cold. I think the judge allowed himself to be controlled by the defense lawyer. He backed down too many times. I'm guessing, Barb, if we talked to the judge and he was able to speak to us about it, he probably behaved the way he did so as to not cause a situation that might lead to a reason for appeal, right? Where you singled us out or, where you definitely were biased in the case. If anything, he leaned in favor of the defense and gave them extra leeway and space. And he needs to turn on his microphone. His mic was not on the whole time. The mic that was picking him up was a shotgun mic, which is like a tube mic that can pick up sound from across the room. that happened to catch him a little bit in it. He did shout, "Approach," at Tommy. That was the best. That was the most we got out of him. That was sort of funny. Do we think we'll have a verdict today? I think we will, Michelle. I do. I mean, we've got 7.5 hours of deliberation time, potentially ahead of us today for the jury. Ooh, Taco Wednesday. It's a good day. All right. Did actually hear the judge give defense the okay to give a transcript to the jurors. Sherry Flynn, yes, there was a discussion about a transcript, but it wasn't actually given to the jurors. My understanding of how that went down is right before the defense gave their closing argument, in that little break period between the prosecution and the defense then took that moment to show the prosecution the PowerPoint they were going to present during their closing. That PowerPoint had excerpts of the transcript. The transcript, the defense all throughout this trial has been paying for what's called the dailies, which is basically a daily update of the transcript of the trial so far. So they actually have a copy, a transcript, official court copy, sort of, that they've paid for. There's going to be another copy that comes out that's the complete thing at the end. But they paid for that, which is expensive. It's not cheap. It's thousands and thousands of dollars to get that during the trial. And they paid for that, and they said, because we've got it, we're going to use it, we're going to cite it, and we're going to highlight parts and put it up on the screen. I don't like it because the transcript cuts so much out of it. It takes a communication, a back and forth communication, and reduces it to the same level that we have, say, with like text messages minus the emojis, right? Those text messages, you miss so much meaning. And the impact and the delays in the sentence and the pauses. There's so much that's conveyed with the actual sound of hearing that happen in real time and the voices that was used and how it was responded to that doesn't show up in black and white on text on a page. And when it's in black and white on text on a page, the defense can sort of present it the way they want it to sound. And I think they did that, which I didn't like, but the judge basically said, it's what happened. And even though the jury's not allowed to have a copy of the transcript and get readbacks of things in deliberation, he did allow it in. But I don't think they got the copy with them. This other host said that he wished the state's team had been paying attention and could have let the DA know. Maureen, I think there was definitely some opportunities for the state to object before the end of the trial to a couple things that were happening. Mr. Koenig shaking his head and his parents shaking their head in the jury or at the jury or at the court as they're hearing things they don't like. That should have been addressed. That shouldn't be allowed to stand. And had the defense maybe had somebody on the team that was either monitoring social media and feedback, they would have seen that immediately, regardless of which channel they were watching, they would have seen that going on. And so it's, I like the cases where we find out that they do have somebody who's monitoring sort of the feel of what the public is seeing and some of the things that are happening sort of behind their back as the camera's catching. Lady Draconis, how are you doing?
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Hi, folks. Lady Draconis, great. Lady Draconis is a mod over on Rob's channel, Law and Lumber. Send him our love. I know life is happening and things are busy for him, so can't wait to see him back on the YouTube so as soon as he gets a spare moment. That was loud. That was a little bit loud. I'll turn it down. His lawyer during closing, too. Head shakes were out of order. I agree. I feel it's just a way to attempt to influence the jury, right? I mean, what else could it be? You're trying to influence the jury when you're shaking your head like, nope, that didn't happen, or yep, this is the part that's important. Let's See, I watch most trials going on at court if it's publicized. This is from D Nice. Not many of my country, especially since Zoom witnesses aren't allowed at trial en masse. I'm okay with no more Zoom witnesses, with like rare exceptions, right? If you've got somebody who's like hospitalized or bedridden, and it's very important, say like the Tucker case, right? In Key West, you have a witness who was literally at the end of her life, medically going to court and testifying just wasn't going to work. That's a case I think that, okay, let's make an accommodation and let's bring Zoom in. But if you've just got, our expert is currently on a cruise in Italy, and so he's gonna be dialing in over Zoom. No, that's not how it works. Don't think you should be able to do that. There's something about facing your accusers that I think you actually should face them and not just a screen that has a picture of them. That was the Treehouse murder, the Tucker one. That'll be Little Red Potatoes. Are there less included in this case? Yes, there are. Could that be the holdup? It would if the jury is not going with a conviction at the highest level as charged, second degree attempted murder, I think that's what it is. The lesser included definitely take some time, and there are issues where they all have to agree as to the same element about some of those lesser includeds. I know they got the instruction for EMED, the extreme mental and emotional distress, and there's a charge in there that qualifies if they find that EMED was a factor in committing this. But I think that takes it down to attempted manslaughter or something like that. Now I'm imagining an expert taking a case mid-vacation to pay for the vacation. You don't have to imagine very hard. Was it the Maya trial that had somebody on a cruise ship? And I'm not sure if it was an attorney or an expert that literally zoomed in from his cabin on a cruise ship. I think it was the Maya trial. It was a civil trial. Have there been any updates in the Treehouse murders? Treehouse is over. Hales, the way that went down, I didn't like how it ended up, but basically Tucker took a plea and accepted time served and walks. It seemed messy, right? I didn't like. I'm not saying I agreed with everything that Tucker said and his arguments about corruption and everything else. I saw some of that there. I definitely thought he was getting rolled a little bit in the court case, but some of it was sort of his own fault for wanting to be his own lawyer. And I think he would have been better served to have full-time representation in that instead of a standby. But he took a plea, got time served, and he's out. He basically got released, and it's over. Was that Dr. Joe? I don't think it was Dr. Joe who was on the cruise ship. He was there in person. Can you explain DARVO? DARVO is a term, and I forget the actual acronym, but it's basically a term where someone who's accused of a wrongdoing in a relationship flips the script and sort of accuses back and makes the other person the offender, and it tries to reverse the roles. And it also just is like, according to me, my perception, exactly what happened with the whole defense case, where he's accused of attempting to kill his spouse, and he's like, no, actually it was you that tried to kill me. And that's DARVO, trying to flip the whole thing around and turn everything upside down. Ty Tucker, that was his name, yes. Tyrone Tucker. Similar to an Uno reverse card. Deny accused, reverse victim offender. Yep. Say, nope, it wasn't me. You're the one who did it. And they're reversing the victim and offender roles. It just swaps them around, and I'm the victim, you're the offender. It's a seems like a narcissistic type attack. Deny attack, reverse victim and offender. Okay. It's gaslighting. It's ironic how the irony is lost on him. Oh, Nexus. There are so many points during this trial when the prosecution is cross-examining the defendant, Mr. Koenig, up on the, I just named him a coffee cup, the coffee machine. But they're cross-examining him and leading to a very obvious conclusion. And then he pulls the whole, I can't even fathom what you're talking about idea. Like, what plan? What plan about taking my wife on this narrow cliff? What plan could he mean? Which plan? It's just like, you really think we're that dumb that we think you don't know what the plan might be? It is frequently associated with domestic abuse. He clutches his pearls. His pearls got clutched, all right. Laura, I really hesitate to do replays, and I can tell you why. It's not that I don't want to. I love rewatching some of the stuff myself. We have the average person who watches our live stream watches for about 38 minutes. And everyone here is like, not me. I'm here all day, right? I know. I appreciate that. I love it. You're helping the average. A lot of people pop in just because they have a minute, and it's really difficult when we rewatch something else. Then was like, what happened? Why is this? Did they call them out? Is this New Testament? Is this Old? And it just gets difficult to explain why we're seeing something again that we already saw before when it's live and when it's not live. So for that reason, especially on cases where we followed from the beginning to the end, and then it makes it confusing for people who are watching, and then it just dumps a lot on the mods and on me on the burner phone to try to explain what's happening. Can't you run a banner? Yes, I could. I try to keep the feed just as clean as I possibly can. I mean, I could run banners on it, but let's see. I've done rewatch, but I don't like all the ads. Amber's mom, we need to get you YouTube Premium to get rid of the ads. It's so worth it. Oh, it's beautiful, especially if you spend more than about 5 hours a week watching YouTube. YouTube Premium. I honestly, here's my take. Hot take from RA. Your experience watching court will be better paying for YouTube Premium than it would be to pay for a membership on my channel. Now, I realize that financially that's worse for me. But I can tell you YouTube Premium changes things. If it's a question of one or the other, I would recommend to you to do the thing that would make it more fun for you to watch, which is get YouTube Premium. It would take a little bit away from the membership money we earn on the channel, but it would make the experience better for you, and I highly, highly recommend it. But in doing that, don't pay for it on an iOS device. Don't go on your iPhone and buy YouTube Premium because they charge much more for it just because it's on an iPhone. You want to go in on a PC, log into a computer, log into YouTube, and if you're going to do it, purchase Premium that way because it's 30% cheaper than if you buy it on an iPhone. And getting rid of those ads, man, that's a game changer. What are we waiting for? Nothing. We're waiting for the jury, actually, to finish deliberating. We're showing that they've been deliberating for 3 hours and 49 minutes, excuse me. 49 of those minutes have been today. The other 3 hours have been yesterday. iPhone is obviously not a sponsor, nor will it be. Let's see. There's a less expensive version of Premium. Yeah, do shop around a little bit. There are some versions that help out a little bit. They aren't so expensive, and sometimes they'll give you a deal as well. Brave browser, no ads, can shut off this phone screen, etc. those work great, but I think you'd admit that they're a little more, it takes a little more tech know-how to use some of those, to set them up and to use them effectively. Let's see. Aria is going to talk to us through the next 7 hours of Hawaii time. Maybe. We might. We might also have some courts we can pop in on and watch while we wait. Let's see. I was see who's taking it easy. Who's live right now? Wiggins is live. I think we should have Thurston on board. Check Thurston quickly. Thurston County, Washington courts. Nothing in Thurston right now. Guess they're still too early. All right. I'm a sponsor, says Legally Blonde. I sponsor monthly. In return, I get a courthouse. And a beautiful courthouse it is, Legally Blonde. Yeah, 8 more minutes. Sleepy Vapor. I'm not sure if we're going to get it in 8 more minutes. That seems quick. When does the new trial start? The next big one, which is going to be a couple of weeks long, is April 28th up in Ohio. But we are going to have probably some small ones in the meantime. Premium Light is $7.99 per month. Woo-woo. Let's see. I guess the Hole in the Bush song is a no-go right now. We can post a link so you can find it, but I wasn't going to play it right now. Why so much buffering? YouTube's having some issues. It's not buffering on my end. I'm showing a good uplink. Actually, when my image like this is still looking at the wall, it doesn't take much data at all. Like me moving down here in the corner is the only sort of moving parts of the video other than the clock. So it's extremely rare to buffer on my end when we have a view like this on the screen. If there were people moving around courtrooms, things like that, it takes more data to send that signal as there's more changing parts on the screen. That's more common. But so far it looks like it's all on YouTube's end right now. JR says, okay, I'm here now. We can get a verdict. Thank you. I'll send the message to the court and give them the go-ahead. Yes, for the Premium Light, $7.99. Sign up via laptop, not via phone. Otherwise, it's $10.99 per month. It's moments like this, I feel like I'm living in Clockwork Orange. Coming up on 10 a.m. Hawaii time, look, that means the jury sort of got like 5 minutes. They're 5 minutes late on their start. Sleepy Vapor, which I just noticed your both your name and, which is sort of funny, as well as your picture. So it says, I have an announcement to make. We, the combined anesthesiologists of the world, we do not claim this man. Thank you. This is awesome. You guys do good work. Good work. I know I've got a couple kids who never would have survived through some of the dental work they went through if it weren't for some great anesthesiologists. By dental work, we're talking surgery. Sandy Graham, member for 18 months. Thank you very much. 18 amazing months with my family. Welcome, Sandy. Virginia, I'm sorry about the buffering. Hopefully that gets better on other channels for you today. It's got to be on the YouTube side today. Let's see. Can't wait to hear the verdict music. We're all queued up. Just checked it. AC's Wildflower says, treated myself to a manicure at 5:30 Eastern, so we're going to have a verdict then. Heading into a meeting, so I'm sure the verdict will come while I can't watch. You guys are familiar with how it works. Is there a reform school for wayward defense attorneys? They should send him back to law school, make him have to repeat year 4 or something, right? YouTubers streaming in Tucson has the worst buffering. If you have a lot of people in the same area on the same network trying to stream video, it can be problematic. That's why I have what's called a bonded cellular encoder, which is a big word for a little black box that actually has 4 different modems built in, and you can link those 4 modems together plus the Wi-Fi from a hotspot or something else, and it will bond everything together and use all 5 signals to get the signal out, and that's key if you're in a crowded environment like that. I feel like we need Jeopardy music. That would get us a quick strike. Let's see. Pup has the zoomies. Donna done. I guess I need to take him out. If I were not an anesthesiologist, my YouTube handle would be quite shady. There are other channels? What? I love that response. So being under anesthesia is not considered sleeping, according to GK. People are not asleep. I think he's right. I think it's they don't remember, and they're not aware, but it's different from sleep, right? The prosecutor handed a better Mark Twain quote back at him. Oh, that was funny. That was so good. I want defense attorneys to learn how to be dramatic in effective ways. I do like a good effective attorney, whichever side of the V they're on. The first part of the closing being struck off the record was out of this world. Like 2 minutes of his open. Struck. I have never, ever seen that before. That was wild. All right. No dental surgery on your hikes? No. The hearing's on YouTube now? 12 minutes of it. Let's hold just for a little bit on that, Legally Blonde. let's hold just for a second. Put a pin in it. Thanks, Laura. Awesome. Glad we can connect there. If we're not asleep, what are we doing? Serious question. That's a question for the anesthesiologists in the room. It is semantics. There's no REM cycle, so it's not considered sleep. You're not sleeping, you're knocked out. Charmingly Me, just click the subscribe button. Thank you very much. In just a minute, you'll be able to talk, and we can't wait to welcome you. How much longer until it starts? It's actually started. That's the funny thing. It started an hour ago. But this is what it's going to look like until we get a verdict or a question or, heaven forbid, a hung jury. We are waiting with the live feed from court that's just looking at the wall. We're just waiting for the jury to finish their work in the deliberation room. Am I blurry? Nope. Let's see. Got f-stop at 3.2. That's plenty wide for focus. Peaking's good. If I were a homicidal crazy anesthesiologist, yeah, I think you need to be careful what you say here. Suck in your chlorine would be a much better choice than propofol. Did I say that right? I got the chlorine part, or choline, not chlorine. I added all sorts of letters to that. Not advice, not advice. What part was struck and why? The very beginning of the defense's statement was struck, I believe, for improper argument. It might also be for misstatement of the law. Like it was wrong. It was just wrong. Sucks in choline. I did not say it right. Figures. So Gerhard didn't have cross amnesia. He had cross anesthesia. But do you want me to be bigger? I can be bigger. For this portion only, you know. Would that work? I'll be right here about that. That's on my face.
It's bigger than you.
It's bigger.
It's bigger than
huge.
It's bigger than all of us.
I need to put the words down further. Put the words down there, and we'll put me down a little further as well. Sort of like. There we go. Does that work?
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Enhance and embiggen.
Bring the jury.
I wish they'd have recovered their syringe. Verns, I wonder if some parts still could be recovered. Here's what I think. Have you ever tried to throw a phone, like a flat object? Have you ever tried to throw a phone? There are two ways to do it. The only one that's effective is to throw it like a frisbee. If you try to just throw it like an overhand, it tumbles and it slows down dramatically in the air. Doesn't go super far. If he did chuck it like a frisbee, best bet, he's probably getting, I don't know, 50 to 75 feet in distance and then all the way down. Assume he threw it off the biggest cliff he could find. That's probably what happened, right? I would check the biggest cliff that we think he hiked to after the fact and the cliffs right around the area where the attack happened. And, you know, it will take some people with some ropes and some skills, but I bet they could probably find a bit of evidence. Appearance by Mrs. R.A. would be stellar. She has been, Mrs. R.A. just power washed our house, like the outside of our house. All the windows and with like the spray window cleaner things, everything. She's just been, and then she's killing bugs, and she just bought all new curtains for inside, like these sheer curtain things for the windows. It's pretty cool. Amber says, Recovery Addict, the pronunciation is succinylcholine. It sucks in choline. Have you ever had someone remember everything said in OR after 5.5 milligram of Versed? Okay, Mary, this sounds scary because that sounds very specific. And I can tell you, I've got a relative who was under for surgery, and recalls it all, like everything. And the relative says that they felt pain and all, but the doctor's like, no, that doesn't happen. And then the relative proceeded to tell them the whole conversation and what they talked about and what things happened of significance during it. Scary. Correct pronunciation that time. One thing I worry about is he's South African. They always seem cold to North Americans. I wonder if it's culture, the coldness that I see in him. When did he come over from South Africa? I know his parents did. Was it like teenager years? It's Bree says the craziest thing about propofol is that I work in vet med, and it would be insanely unethical to take some of that home overnight for any reason. It's weight based, so you can't really pre-make IV bags. This story is spring cleaning, like crazy style. I believe it was 14, so it was a teenager. He shows up. And then he'd also have the influence of his parents here as well, even though he's in the U.S. Now they use a BIS or a BIS monitor to check the level of consciousness during surgery or when on paralytics in the ICU. It has electrodes that go on your forehead and also a train of 4 machine. So they can tell if you're experiencing pain or alertness, even if you're exhibiting all the symptoms of being unconscious. Just seems a little bit weird. Different. Might not have been illegal. He says it was not a controlled substance for him. Can Mrs. R.A. come to Scotland and spring clean, please? I will share with you a secret. She hates it. She hates cleaning. My daughter loves... my daughter's hanging curtains. She loves it. She's measuring and putting up different curtain rod things and hanging she's absolutely up in 7th heaven doing that. Mrs. R.A. is like, I have to clean again. But then she does it. And one of our mods is South African. We have that as well. I don't know who sent me this, but it deserves a read. Let me see who did this. It might be Lee. Or Troy. Troy. Sorry, Lee. one of the things that Mrs. R.A. was doing was killing some ants, some fire ants that have taken up residency on our front steps. And I get this text: to stop ants coming into your house, leave a saucer of milk outside. The adult ants drink it, and it has an effect on ant reproduction. The young are born without toes, so they can't climb into your walls. The effect is called lactose in toddler ants. Lactose intolerance. That was funny. That's too good. Yeah. I think that deserves a at least a sad trombone. All right. What are we doing, gang? Says Lego My Briefs. I'm here for the listen. Be sure to entertain me. We are here. We're 4 hours and 10 minutes into the deliberation. An hour and 10 minutes has happened today. 3 hours happened yesterday. The jury's deliberated in the Hawaii versus Koenig trial. And this trial, the defense said this has been going on for a month, but I count this as day 10. So it must have been a lengthy, jury selection process. That's all I can think of. It just doesn't seem like it's been a month here. My wind blew off 25% of my roof. I was left with an oof. Book Mrs. R.A. a massage. Spring cleaning is back-breaking. Yeah, I've told her she's not allowed to do any more today. She has to stop. And I also told her I was going to go to the store and buy some treats for everybody because they've been working just crazy. All the kids. This is spring break, right? So we're not doing school during the spring break time. And they take school off, and she puts them to work cleaning the house. So I was kidding around with my kids and how are you enjoying spring break? Spring break. It's been a good one because they're all working really hard. Let's see. Were they public defenders? No public defenders in this case. He's got some money, and he paid for them. No verdict yet. We're still waiting. 4 hours and 12 minutes on the deliberation timer. And have not had any questions or anything. Nicole Meredith, vote was for 6 hours of deliberations. You might just win. Did I read they only interviewed 300 jurors? That's not a ton. That's like a normal lengthy trial. What time is lunch in this courtroom? I believe it's 12:30 to 1 o'clock area, but they usually have at least an hour for lunch. He makes $400,000 a year. He does. If anyone can afford a lawyer, it's a doctor. The flip side of that, and doctors might fess up here on this side, going to school as a doctor is extremely expensive. And the doctor I just went to did I don't know, it was 16 years of schooling for all the different things, it was as far as the different medication, different medicines and practices he's involved in. He's done a ton of schooling. And some of that comes with just massive student loans. Just boggle your mind size of student loans that then you're paying off for most of your career. Are we worried about the time the jury is taking? No, because it's in Hawaii and they're pretty relaxed. Kind of wish they would put the camera at a clock in the room so I don't have to do brain math. Cauliflower, you're the second person to ask for the Hawaii clock. Let me see if I can find a... How do I do this? Let's see if I can find an app that'll do this. Give me a second to see if I can put this together. Oh, want me to buy it? I don't want to buy it. Time. Okay, now I need to put that in on the screen for y'all. It's going to be camera 1. Is going to be camera 6. Let's turn it on. There's our time in Hawaii. Let's move it somewhere where we can let me move it somewhere where you can see it and I can chop all these extra bits off, right? Take the top down, take the left in, take the right in. We don't need the date on the bottom. There we go. Does that work? This is a pretty clock. No, it can't be that big. It's got to be the same size as this other one. This was harder than it looks. Apologize, guys. We'll get it fixed here in just a second. How's that? Does that work? This should be up for each and every trial, says Barb. Thank you for the Hawaii clock. I'm gonna put some cookies in the oven. Can you set a timer?
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Matrix, they're just gonna have to burn. I'm sorry. Becoming a doctor means you can study hard, not what kind of person you are. When you're an a-hole, medical school makes you an educated a-hole. So I can't now jump to any other trial because the video, the Honolulu time is that's where I'd bring in, say, like Judge Middleton or Judge Dad or Judge Simpson. They would be on that feed. So I can't bring anything else in unless I decide to stop watching. Unless I decide to stop watching what's happening on the FedEx trial in the background. No questions so far from the jury. Dylan, now we're basically using all of our tech. We have 5 images on the screen. So we've got the background, which is just the blue image. It just looks like this. And then we also have the overlay of the court feed. I've got my overlay, which is me big in the corner. We have an overlay of the verdict clock and an overlay of the Honolulu time, as well as your text on top. So lots of stuff there.
Call from
Donald King.
Hey, Donald, how are you doing? This is R.A.
Good. How are you doing, Scott?
Doing well. What's on your mind today?
Yeah, I got a couple things. I have a friend that's an anesthesiologist, and he describes it more as a controlled coma. Not actually a sleep, but it's a controlled coma.
Okay. That makes sense, because it's not you falling asleep in a restful state, right? It's just a loss of awareness.
Right. And the other thing was I watched the Rex Herman plea hearing, and there was just some interesting things in that. One was his demeanor. When answering the judge's questions, he had this little wry smile on his face. He seemed very happy and content to be there. And I found that interesting.
Like he was taking joy in it? Like he was...
Yeah.
Wow. Oh.
Yeah.
That's creepy.
And there were a couple things the defense wanted. One was that he couldn't be prosecuted on any future cases, which kind of tells me there's more victims out there.
Yeah. Did they get that as part of the plea?
Yeah. And then the next thing was, what was it? Oh, that he wanted to be studied by the FBI behavioral science team.
He wants to be the star.
So he wants the FBI's behavioral science team to study him. So, I mean, that's just wild.
Man, as part of this plea, now, correct me if I'm wrong, the 8 people he is admitting to, all their bodies were found, their remains were found, correct?
Right.
So he's not basically revealing, and there's another body you'll find here or anything like that. This is basically, you got me on those ones.
Yeah, he's just saying, you got me on those, but you can't, I don't want to be prosecuted on any future cases. So, which the state agreed to.
Well, I can tell you this: he's not getting out of prison, right? This is not. He's done.
Yeah, he's done.
So, prosecuting him for other crimes, if there are other victims out there, which stands to reason there probably are. The only thing that would be beneficial for is for the victims' families as a measure of closure to say, yes, we got our moment. Our daughter got her time for justice as well.
Right.
But it wouldn't change the punishment. So,
right. But it's just interesting that's what he asked for, because it just tells you that there's more people out there. Yeah. In my mind.
Wow. Crazy.
Yeah. So I found that pretty interesting.
Yeah, and creepy. It's like, by the way, I want you to study me. I want to be the center of attention.
Right.
Like I'm something cool. Okay. And when really he's just very, very broken.
Like I said, he seemed thrilled to be there. He seemed like he was having full of himself and happy to be there. So it was like, wow.
Okay, we're hearing that you might have misheard on the future crimes thing, that there might be, he could still be prosecuted. He can't be further prosecuted on the 8, but any other victims he can be.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I misheard that.
Okay, that makes it a little better for me, but not much. Wow.
Okay. Oh, that's all I wanted.
All right. Donald, thank you very much. Appreciate the call. Good talking to you, my friend. We'll see you. The document is in mod chat. Let me get a quick read here and see what it says. All right, just a few pages we'll read while the jury's deliberating here in Hawaii. All right, this is the Office of the District Attorney, County of Suffolk. Gilgo serial killer. Gilgo serial killer pleads guilty to 7 charged murders and also admits to the killing of Karen Vergata. Herman is expected to be sentenced to 3 consecutive sentences of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for killing Melissa Barthelme, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. Herman is also expected to be sentenced to a consecutive sentence of 100 years to life imprisonment for killing Maureen Bernard Barnes, Jessica Taylor, Sandra Castilla, and Valerie Mack. And this out of Suffolk County, New York. Suffolk County District Attorney Raymond A. Tierney today announced that Rex A. Herman, 62, of Massapequa Park, did I say that right? Pleaded guilty to 3 counts of murder in the first degree and 4 counts of murder in the second degree for causing the deaths of the 7 victims previously referenced by the indictment, as well as admitting publicly, as part of his allocution, to killing an 8th victim, Karen Vergata. According to court documents and the defendant's admissions during his guilty plea allocution, on or about or between November 19th, 1993 and November 20th, 1993, the defendant met with Sandra Castilla. After picking up Miss Castilla, the defendant subsequently strangled her, causing her death. Subsequently, the defendant transported and left the remains of Miss Castilla in the vicinity of Fish Cove Road in North Sea, town of Southampton, Suffolk County, until she was ultimately discovered by hunters on November 20th, 1993. At the time of her death, Miss Castilla was just 28 years old and survived by her son, who was approximately 5 years old. By April 1996, Herman met with Karen Vergata. After picking up Miss Vergata, the defendant subsequently strangled her, causing her death. Following her death, Miss Vergata was dismembered by Herman, who then transported her remains to various locations. On April 20th, 1996, the severed legs of Miss Vergata were discovered on Blue Point Beach in the town of Brookhaven in Suffolk County. Almost 15 years later, on April 12th, 2011, as part of the expanded search of the Gilgo Beach area, Miss Vergata's skull was recovered on Ocean Parkway in the vicinity of Two-Bay Beach. Prior to identification in 2023 via genetic genealogy, Miss Vergata had been referred to as Fire Island Jane Doe. At the time of her death, Miss Vergata was just 34 years old and left behind 2 sons. On or about and between September 1st, 2000 and November 19th, 2000, Herman met with Valerie Mack. After picking up Miss Mack, the defendant subsequently strangled her, causing her death. Following her death, Miss Mack was dismembered by Herman, who then transported her remains to 2 locations, i.e. Manorville and Ocean Parkway, Gilgo Beach. On November 19th, 2000, 3 hunters discovered a black plastic bag approximately 1 mile west of Hazley Manor Road and north of Mill Road in Manorville. Inside, they observed a decapitated set of human remains, which were later identified as those of Valerie Mack. Over 10 years later, on April 4th, 2011, as part of the expanded search of Gilgo Beach area, the skull, hands, and right foot of Valerie Mack were discovered along Ocean Parkway, just east of Gilgo Beach in Suffolk County. Prior to her identification in 2020 via genetic genealogy, Miss Mack had been referred to as Jane Doe number 6. At the time of her death, Miss Mack was just 24 years old and survived by her adoptive parents and her son, whose name was tattooed near her right ankle. On or between July 21st, 2003 and July 26th, 2003, Herman met with Jessica Taylor after picking up Miss Taylor. The defendant subsequently strangled her, causing her death. Following her death, Miss Taylor was dismembered by Herman, who then transported her remains to 2 locations, i.e. Manorville and Ocean Parkway, Gilgo Beach. On July 26, 2003, Miss Taylor's remains were discovered just west of Halsey Manor Road in Manorville. Notably, the victim's arms, hands, and head had been severed from her body and were missing from the remains recovered at the scene. nearly 8 years later, on March 29th, 2001. As part of the expanded search in the Gilgo Beach area, the victim's skull, hands, and forearm were discovered along Ocean Parkway, just east of Gilgo Beach in Suffolk County. At the time of her death, Miss Taylor was just 20 years old and survived by her mother. In July 2007, after seeing an online advertisement, Herman utilized a burner phone to arrange to meet with Maureen Bernard Barnes. On the night of July 9th, 2007, Herman picked up Miss Bernard Barnes and subsequently strangled her, causing her death. Following her death, Herman secured the remains of Miss Bernard Barnes with 3 belts and transported the victim to Ocean Parkway, Gilgo Beach. Over 3 years later, on December 13th, 2010, Miss Bernard Barnes' remains were discovered on the north side of Ocean Parkway near Gilgo Beach. At the time of her death, Miss Bernard Barnes was just 25 years old and survived by her 2 children, her sister and brother, as well as her mother. On July 10th, 2009, after seeing an online advertisement for her services, Herman utilized a burner phone to arrange to meet with Melissa Bartholomew. That evening, Herman picked up Miss Bartholomew and ultimately strangled her, causing her death. Following her death, Herman tied up the remains of Miss Bartholomew with tape and burlap. Subsequently, the defendant transported the victim's remains to Ocean Parkway, Gilgo Beach. Over a year later, on December 11th, 2010, Miss Bartholomew's remains were discovered on the north side of Ocean Parkway near Gilgo Beach. At the time of her death, Miss Bartholomew was just 24 years old and survived by her sister, her mother, and stepfather. On June 6th, 2010, Herman utilized a burner phone to arrange to meet with Megan Waterman. That evening, Herman picked up Miss Waterman from the Holiday Inn in Hauppauge and subsequently strangled the victim, causing her death. Following her death, Herman tied up the remains of Miss Waterman with tape and burlap and then transported the victim's remains to Ocean Parkway, Gilgo Beach. Just over 6 months later, on December 13th, 2010, Miss Waterman's remains were discovered on the north side of Ocean Parkway near Gilgo Beach. At the time of her death, Miss Waterman was just 22 years old and survived by her daughter, mother, and grandmother. Finally, on September 2nd, 2010, after a ruse that occurred the night prior had disrupted Herman's encounter with Miss Costello, Herman utilized a burner phone to arrange once again to meet with Amber Costello. Yeah, somebody's trying to call me. Hello? Hello? And they're gone. Okay.
Hello?
No, it doesn't want to open the way I can read it. Hang on 1 second. Okay, finally, Herman utilized a burner phone to arrange once again to meet with Amber Costello. That evening, Herman picked up Miss Costello from her residence in West Babylon and subsequently strangled her, causing her death. Following her death, Herman tied up the remains of Miss Costello with tape and burlap and then transported her remains to Ocean Parkway, Gilgo Beach. On December 13th, 2010, Miss Costello's remains were discovered on the north side of Ocean Parkway near Gilgo Beach. At the time of her death, Miss Costello was just 27 years old and survived by her sister. Following a long-term investigation, the defendant was arrested on July 13th, 2023. Herman is due back in court for sentencing on June 17th, 2026, where he's expected to be sentenced to 3 consecutive sentences of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for killing Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. Herman is also expected to be sentenced to a consecutive sentence of 100 years to life imprisonment for killing Maureen Bernard Barnes, Jessica Taylor, Sandra Costilla, and Valerie Mack, in exchange for Herman's admission to the murder of Karen Vergata. This additional murder is covered by Herman's plea to the murders of the 7 charged victims. Herman is represented by attorneys Michael J. Brown, Esquire, Danelle Koish, Esquire, and Sabato Caponi, Esquire. This case is being prosecuted by Assistant District Attorneys Nicholas J. Santomartino, Andrew Lee, Michelle Haddad, Lawrence Opiso, and Alan L. Bodie. under the leadership and direct supervision of Suffolk County District Attorney Raymond A. Tierney. The investigation was led by the Gilgo Homicide Task Force, which includes members of the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office, Suffolk County Police Department Homicide Squad, New York State Police, Federal Bureau of Investigations, and Suffolk County Sheriff's Office. The Gilgo Homicide Task Force also extends its sincere appreciation to the Suffolk County Medical Examiner's Office, the Suffolk County Crime Laboratory, the Identification Section of the Suffolk County Police Department, the New York City Office of Chief Medical Examiner, Astrea Forensics, Mitotyping Technologies, and the United States Secret Service for their integral assistance in this investigation and prosecution. Wow. Secret Service got involved even. Thank you for the document here. I appreciate that. When you were on with Josh Ritter, you both said he would allocute. He didn't. I don't think I've talked with this. I've talked to Josh about this. I think this is pretty much the first time we've talked in this much detail about the Long Island serial killer case. We haven't followed that at all. You could speak at sentencing. It's possible. It's a documentary on Netflix or Hulu. Man. 4.5 hours of deliberation have gone by. Might come when he speaks to the BAU. Yeah, that's a long investigation. He looked proud of himself today. Wants to know what his colleagues have to say. They're probably shocked. I can see him doing a BTK speech. Ugh. Noni Mac, no questions yet, no verdict yet. It's 10:41 a.m. in Hawaii. The jury's been deliberating for about an hour and 37 minutes today. I need to scroll up and read some of Red Pen's messages. So now this is over, I can talk to my hub's cousin who knew that guy. They were both working as independent architects in the same building. Red! Holy smokes! Yeah, that's wild. Try to dig up some dirt through Hub's cousin sometime. That would be awesome. All right. I'd like to have a stern conversation with the administration who dropped the ball in 2010 on the tip from a victim's roommate about a ogre-looking guy driving a Hunter Green Avalanche. Sounds like a solid tip in hindsight, right? The mods are giving me a hard time of Goldfish Brain. Can't believe it's taken so long for the verdict. Mariner Mom, we did have basically 9 days of testimony, right? I guess 8 days of testimony, 1 day of closings. And it's not uncommon to have an hour of deliberation for each day of testimony. So I'm okay with it taking all of today. Gloria said the prosecutor would answer the family's questions on more details if they wanted. Woman did a full interview on how she got away from him. Wow. Let's see. I asked yesterday, but don't recall seeing an answer. Do you ever interview jurors? Cynthia, I'm not against interviewing jurors. My strong suit is bringing you the best audio and video from court that I possibly can. That's what I love to do. I don't want to get involved in cases before they're over. And I'm very respectful of jurors, and I haven't been pushy that way. We have reached out to a couple people to do potential interviews with people who are involved in cases after the fact, but it's not something we do a lot of. If there is a juror that wants to speak, I'd 100%. I'd be down to do that, but I don't like pushing for that. So we could do that if there's somebody that you're aware of that wants to talk. I'd be happy to talk to them. Or if it's you as well, let me know. It was an absolutely solid tip. The Avalanche was a newer truck on the market, and Rex absolutely looks like an ogre. I just realized we're losing two of our favorite judges at the end of the year. I think you're talking about Judge Middleton and Judge Boyd. Both of them will be done. Judge Middleton aging out, basically. He's forced to retire at the end of this year. Judge Boyd was not retained in her election, and so she'll be out at the beginning of the year as well. Are we losing any others? Which other ones do we have? Cops treated the killings of the sex workers not seriously at first. It took the relatives rattling the cops' cages to get their attention and respect. Finally, the cold case team restarted it. I don't like that, because that gives you the impression, if this had been a wealthy business owner, lady who owns a big business in New York, in downtown, there would have been a lot of investigation, right? This would have been high profile. It would have had a ton of eyes on it. But when the police knew that the victim was involved in the sex trade, as a sex worker, they getting lesser treatment, getting less visibility. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. We're losing Penny Azcarate. Did I say that right? Of the judge in Heard and Banfield, Amber Heard's case. Penny's out. Judge Penny. Man, she was good. The Johnny Depp judge is out. So that's three. That's three good judges. But we are getting some new ones, and some of the young judges we're liking. Out of Travis County, that judge we were watching this morning, seeing her, I like her already. I probably need to make a shirt with this on it. Did I pronounce it right? No. We have Judge Mrazek for a while. I can't wait to hear him again. No juror questions yet that we're aware of. And they've had an hour and 43 minutes of deliberation today, plus 3 hours yesterday. Some golf course says, one person at the presser said, New York Post stopped calling the victims sex workers. I realize there might be a better term for that. But that's literally how we found them. So, I mean, I don't think it's right to also hide the facts. I mean, this is a high risk industry that they were taking part in. I've got confidence in this jury. I think they're doing great. Just let's give them some time to work it through. they're getting a free lunch. Could be. I think it's not confusing if they go with the highest possible charge. It's when they start getting to lesser charges that's confusing. Yeah, and it is tough for the family to hear for sure. Kayla's diaries. I can't see that. I can't see the mindset for the jurors to not convict on attempted murder. They have to believe Gerhardt, and I found him to be incredible, as in not credible. Everybody who witnessed anything where we have evidence about what he did, he said was lying. Whether it was police, whether it was random Good Samaritan nurses, whether it was his wife, whether it was his son, everybody else lied. And it doesn't stand to reason that everyone's out to get you, right? That you are just, poor me, I'm innocent in this, and everyone's just come together to all lie when they don't have reasons to. And if he lied, which I think he did, I feel he did, as if I was a juror, my conclusion would be that he was lying to me, I would have to discount his testimony. And then the only testimony that we have that I don't feel that was lied about is that he tried to push her off the cliff. That's attempted murder. He tried to stab her with a syringe. I realize we don't have the syringe, and nobody saw that happen. But I don't think that by itself means that we shouldn't consider that. And then also that he tried to hit her with a rock. And we have the evidence of her injuries that's consistent with that. The masticated skin on the top of her head. You don't get that from one hit or even two hits. I just, the repeated striking with the rock, it's got to be attempted murder. I can't see this being a lesser. I believe the Sun. Stacy and Colin says, enjoying day off at home with y'all. Moved from North Carolina to South Carolina. We live 10 minutes from a golf course where the Masters are this week. Traffic is crazy and can't get anywhere. I did see the Masters are on this week. It might be a short podcast tomorrow if Thomas is trying to watch golf. I don't know. I guess golf would be over by then because it's dark. They don't do the Masters at night under lights, do they? Macerated, masticated is chewed on. Okay. Important distinction. No evidence that he chewed on her scalp. I stand corrected. Thank you for that, Hedgehog in Space. If he was strong enough to do that with one hit, he was strong enough to get up and away from her. Well, if that was one hit, that was a major hit. And even the defense's own doctor says went through 5/8 of an inch of skin. That's a ton of skin on your head. But I mean, you've got all the different wounds, the finger, okay? You can't have that injury on the head and also have the smashed finger and have the eye all from the same impact. It just doesn't work. Judge Boyd should 125% start a YouTube channel and a book club online. His consciousness of guilt is off the charts on this. Immediately just jump into, oh, my career's over. Because of what? Because your wife tried to kill you? Your career's over? That doesn't make sense. That's not a logical conclusion. I think the only reason you would conclude that your career and your professional life is over is if you tried to kill someone and you got caught doing it. Judge Boyd could be the new, less snaggy Judge Judy. Less naggy Judge Judy. I think she'd do great on a TV show. I think she'd be great as a commentator about the legal system. Yes to Judge Boyd Book Club. She's already in a book club, but I think she should do something that incorporates her vast following online. The fact that he didn't say she tried to kill him on scene and his son speaks it all for me. Guilty, I think, and premeditated too. Kayla says, that's not true. I appreciate this, Kayla. Thank you for sharing this. That's not true. Someone could think that your life is over if she started the fight first and then he hit her. He could think his life is over. He could think that, but his argument, his case is that what he did, the one part he regrets doing was hitting her with a rock. He feels terrible about that, right? But his whole story is, but it was self-defense, which is legal. It literally is okay to do that in self-defense if, he didn't start the fight and, there was no way for him to retreat. He was entangled in her, right? He couldn't get away. And he was fear for his life. If those elements were there, then it's legal. Expired rat smell is finally gone. Thanks, y'all. Meg, that is awesome. I'm glad. We're now back on the schedule for visiting then, now that the smell's gone. His plan went wrong when the two nurses turned up. He knew that it was over then. Yeah. He's clearly lying and denying provable facts. He disposed of all the evidence except the rock, which is the one thing he was seen holding. I still think carrying the paperclip, SIM card remover, was premeditated. I don't think he had a paperclip. I think he had a syringe. Syringe works just as well. So much want to hear Aria's verdict music.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Trying to think when did they go to lunch previously in this trial? Because we might have a break for lunch where the jury also takes a break. It'll be dinner time break for us, but
I'm not a cat.
Kelly says I was in the 4 to 6 hour range, so right in the sweet spot right now.
Call from
Mr. Wisco.
Ivan, my friend, how are you doing?
What are you up to?
We're just on verdict watch here in Hawaii. I'm on the beach.
Oh, you guys are on the air?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I was calling my homie.
Okay. You're on the air. Let me just preface.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all, I'll keep it PG. I'll keep it PG.
Excellent.
I'm flying here in the dark. I'm on my way back from Madison.
Awesome. Hope everything went well.
Yeah, that's a not no wing to you, my friend.
Yeah. Appreciate that. Well, good.
I'm coming back to Madison in a private car, so all is well.
It's better than escort. So.
Hey, I don't need any state issue jewelry. Okay.
That's awesome. Well, good to hear. Good to hear. You got plans for the weekend coming up? Or you?
Well, it's sort of a celebratory weekend,
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. Yep.
So maybe a barbecue or something, a few friends?
Well, I'm trying to, this week, April in Wisconsin is, it is like, this is Corey Richton's weather. It's as bipolar as it gets, and so it is 65 one day, 25 the next day, and you just kind of have to roll with it,
So indoor barbecue.
Well, that's why I got banned from Airbnb for life. Yeah, well, it's not necessarily indoor barbecue, but I had an indoor campfire.
And about that. That's usually frowned on.
No, well, the best part about it is I knew I was in some trouble already, but just because I have to get a laugh out of everything, I texted the rep who told me that I was banned. I said, I don't seem to have gotten my deposit back.
Can you help me get my deposit?
The fire department called. The fire department was there. It was in Seattle. And she called me back and she said, "You are lucky that the owner has his own legal issues going on right now, or we would prosecute you. Never use Airbnb again." So I haven't.
As a landlord myself, I'm glad I've never run into a renter like you.
Hey, you don't got to tell me. You ain't got to tell me 3 times. You might have to tell me twice, but you ain't got to tell me 3 times.
Wow, indoor fire pit. That's the way to go.
Indoor campfire as well.
Yep.
There may have been. Well, whatever. We get the picture.
Little s'mores over the toasted bed frame. Is that what it was?
Well, just not to get too graphic, but there was 3 letters that I might have been on that night that sort of influenced decisions that thought the indoor campfire was a good idea. But how's the verdict look? I hear it's a slam dunk.
Well, I wouldn't say slam dunk. It's a he said, she said. The whole case is, but all the evidence supports the she said side.
If you look at the books, which you know that I do, the books say it's a slam dunk.
It's maybe it's time to place a friendly wager on the poly markets or whatever it is on this one.
Hey, did you see my? I sent you my long. My long's looking good.
Yeah, I obviously can't share that on YouTube. YouTube's cracking down on people who make recommendations on Bitcoin. But
no way.
Yeah, we've got people losing their channels all over the place.
For financial advice?
Yeah. Is that crazy?
Everything Ayden says is financial advice. Even if I tell you to blow it on cigarettes and adult ballets, it's financial advice.
It's just bad
Go
advice.
blow your money. That's my financial advice. You can't take it with you. The Egyptians tried. You can't. Yeah. So,
well, I don't know. We think they've been deliberating for about 5 hours now, 3 hours yesterday, 2 today, and no questions yet. But
well, you might as well milk the week. You start a new week, new week, new leaf. You might as well milk the week. Get yourself some Salisbury steak, a little sloppy Joe.
They are getting fed probably really well. Yeah. So there's that.
Yeah, maneuver your way through the week. Yeah. I mean, your wife might be making meatloaf. You never know.
Mm-hmm. Never know. It's great talking to you. We'll have to catch up off air sometime.
But, give me a buzz off air.
Sounds good. See ya. Love you, man.
All right, man.
Bye. It's a good thing you didn't just start blurting out anything. We were live on the air. Let's see. My husband used to spend money at adult ballets. Now I give all that money to Amazon. I think that's great. Close to losing my deliberation time. Jody, I'm already out. I thought it was going to be, I think, under 3 hours. I think I said. I tried to find the betting odds on this case, but nothing, says Mary. I'm a Maui alumni. Maui High? Or Maui High made it into this court, in this court case, which is sort of a funny phrase, like Maui High. I thought 6 hours, says Loves Pink. I was 1 to 2, says Judy. Especially since it's at sea level. Oh, you said Miami, not Maui. Burner phone's ringing again.
Josh Hutchins.
Josh, my friend, how are you doing?
Good. I'm figuring out to keep calling every day until somebody told me not to call it anymore.
Okay. Well, no, sorry, just got a text.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
We need to get rid of that. We need to get rid of that command.
No. Laura loves it, and every time you call in, she uses it.
Well, I did pay give a super chat for that, so I guess not.
Yes. How are things down in the state of Georgia, legally wise? You got some big cases going on down there coming up that we can go to.
Yeah. You don't need to watch them. You'll get mad.
Oh. Now I'm curious.
We'll talk about it off air.
Okay. Josh, how's the fishing? I do need to check in on that. I know you've been pinning messages in between casts, but anything biting?
Actually, I decided I've gotten a wild hair, and I was building me a worm bed now.
You're going to be a worm farmer.
I'm going to be a worm farmer. Ivan was going to be a goat farmer, so I'm going to be a worm farmer.
I've got to say that the worm farmer probably sounds like more, or less overhead. You're not going to need like trailers and, you know, all the bales of hay and everything, although you might need a little bit of greenery to feed the worms. But I guess the idea is to have your own supply so you never have to stop at the bait and tackle shop on the way to the dock. Is that it?
Exactly, and I've got neighbors who want some, so, you know.
A lucrative business.
Come get some.
Hammer a little sign in the front yard. What would you sell? 2 dozen night crawlers. What would your price be for those?
I don't know. That's why I called you.
Okay, I'd probably go as high as I'd pay $5 if they were good, firm, not like hot and melted, but good firm night crawlers and you know, just typical bedding. Is $5? Is that too cheap?
No, not at all.
Okay, sign me up. Sign me up for the monthly shipment of 2 dozen night crawlers. $5. $5.
Somebody in chat just asked, "Am I gonna sell the worm casting?" Which that makes good, fertilizer.
Oh,
so, you know,
that is the best stuff. The worms have already processed it. It's ready.
It is.
It's ready to go. That's if you want to win the state fair with your veggies, you're using worm castings for sure. I mean, that's like the secret stuff.
So that is on my project list, and you got to buy those, you know, worms online, but they're pretty cheap online, so, you know.
Have you ever seen like people that catch night crawlers at night?
No, I've not.
So here's how it works. Night crawlers, worms are actually very, very fast, and people don't know it. But what happens at night, you water your lawn like heavily, like maybe too much, like you almost flood the lawn. And then at night, you wait until it's good and dark. Okay, so maybe 3 hours after the sun's gone down. And then you walk out very gently and softly, because worms can feel vibrations in the ground. It's just like Tremors, the movie. They can tell when you're there, right? And you go out with a flashlight, and you're looking for worms that are like coming up from the ground because it's all flooded, and they like extend out, and they're looking for friends to get sticky with. That's what they do after it rains. They get sticky with somebody else, but they keep their tail in the ground. And what you do is you have to see them on the ground, and then you sort of dive and try to grab them, because in an instant they'll retract and just down in the ground, and they're gone, like in the blink of an eye. They can only go fast in reverse. They can't go fast forward. And
so I'm supposed to like dive out of my wheelchair and get them, and then
we'd have to probably modify something to make it work. The wheelchair does present a problem. It makes it more difficult. But I think you're up for the challenge, and I think we could figure out something that would work. Some people say using a shocker works, because you've watered the ground, and then you literally just plug it into the AC outlet, and then they crawl out of the ground completely, and you can catch them that way. But that would be a huge head start on your worm farm if you just could catch the ones that are in your yard right now.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm writing down all your advice right now to see if it'll work.
This is not financial advice for YouTube. This is not business advice. This is not even good advice. It's just advice, and you get what you pay for. So,
exactly.
Josh, it's good talking to you.
This
Good luck.
has been a not relevant conversation.
Yes.
This has been the plug for the podcast for tomorrow night.
Yeah, and we'll be happy to take your company, your worm farm, as a sponsor later on. Put your logo on the screen.
Nobody else is giving us a sponsor, so, you know.
We'll call it like Cases and Castings or something like that. You know.
CNC worm farm. Yeah, sounds good.
It'll be great. Josh, good talking to you, my friend. Thanks for being on.
We'll see you.
We'll see you.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right, that is a conversation that sounds like something that we should have on the podcast tomorrow night. Sloth Life says it's 10 p.m. here, and yes, as I already said, the Masters starts tomorrow at 12:40 p.m. my time, so I need a verdict in the next hour. Please, jury, please. I get my worms from Amazon. Do you ship to Scotland, Josh?
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Okay, I will tell you this. Everything I told you about the worms is 100% true. People don't believe it because they've never seen a worm.
Hello.
Getting sticky with it, or see worms like that move that fast, but they do. You want look? Here's an example. Here's some cops looking for worms right now. See, they're out there at night with their flashlights in the ground. That's what they do. So that's exactly how it looks. That's actually not them looking for worms. They're looking for evidence, but it's basically the same thing. Ari speaks the truth. We caught worms before we went fishing.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Sticky worms is Ari's password. Interesting worm facts. Where else can you get true crime analysis on worm facts all in one day? Tell you, we really deliver here. Used to pick worms at night after rain. Yep. I've got a story. When I first learned about night crawlers and catching them, I was a young Boy Scout, a tenderfoot is what we called us. That was our rank, and basically it means we knew nothing about scouting, but we were very excited to participate. And we were going camping for a week in Wyoming, up by Pinedale, Wyoming. It was Fremont Lake was the name of the lake. Beautiful, beautiful lake. Ice cold, super deep, massive, massive trout there. And I had heard from a gentleman who was a very good fisherman that the trout liked worms, and that's what you should bring, worms. I was also, poor does not begin to cover it. I could not have afforded worms at the store to go fishing with. And so, getting ready for scout camp, I went and I got a 1-gallon ice cream bucket after we had eaten all the ice cream out of it, washed it out, filled it from dirt from the garden, and we proceeded to water the lawn, and I went out and I was catching worms. I'm thinking, well, I'm going to be up there fishing for a week, right? I'm going to be up there all week. I'm going to need a lot of worms because I'm going to catch a lot of fish. In my head, this is how I see this going. And we watered a ton, and there were worms just everywhere. I mean, it was prime hunting grounds for worms in my backyard, and we were catching hundreds of worms and throwing them in this 1-gallon bucket. Well, we finished that. We're going camping the next day, so I put the lid on the bucket, put the bucket next to my gear so we could take it up camping, and then that next morning, early the next morning, we all showed up at the Scoutmaster's house with all our gear. My stuff got thrown in the back of the trailer with the cook trailer and everything, and then we proceeded to take like the 4.5-hour drive up in the sweltering heat to Wyoming. Worms are very temperature sensitive, and they basically melt at about 80 degrees. They just become liquid. And when I got there, the fishing was not the first thing on my mind. We had camps to set up. We had hikes to go on and everything. It was probably the afternoon of day 2. I think it was the afternoon of day 2 before I'm like, it's time to fish, and I've got worms. And so I go and I find the bucket. Thankfully, it's still closed. It's still sealed. It's in the trailer in the sun where it was, where it should have been. And I head down to the dock with this bucket of worms, and I pop the lid off. And a mortician would have been offended at the smell. It was so bad, and it was just like, it was all the bad you could possibly imagine. It was all the bad. I'm not going to describe it any further. No worms had survived the trip. Every single one of them had died, and they were all just a gelatinous mass of melted worms. So when you ask me about worms, I know a thing or two about worms, and I learned the hard way. I'm sorry. Had to borrow worms from people who bought them at the store, and I did catch a few fish that trip. Stop, it's just Nexus Lexus. It was pretty bad. Did he throw the worms like the diaper? I throw one diaper, and you guys just never let it down. All right. I did dump them in the water, and I assume they got eaten. But why do you think they sell them from coolers and styrofoam containers? I know that now. I did not know that then. We'll never forget. Is this why you turn to ice fishing in Recovery Addict? Ice fishing is different. Typically, you don't use night crawlers for ice fishing. You use what's called a mealworm, which is sort of like a little grub with like 6 feet or something. But the mealworms have to be wiggly to get the attention of the fish, and in cold weather they become very still. So you're always trying to warm them up. Best way to warm them up is to take the little package of sawdust and mealworms and just dump them in your inside coat pocket, where they get nice and warm, and then you can just reach in your pocket and fish around through the sawdust and find a mealworm, and it's ready to go. The number of mealworms I've hung up in the closet after I'm done ice fishing is a lot. a ton. Cynthia, the only time I ever used like maggots for fishing was over in England, and that was coarse fishing over there. Very different style of fishing if you're not fishing for trout. The gear, the tackle they use is completely different. The hooks are just tiny. All right. I'm so hungry, even with the worm chatter, says Judy. Is mealworms the same as garden worms? No. The mealworms are typically found in like bales of hay. Like if you were to take a plywood board and put it across the top of a bale of hay, you could find mealworms underneath there. Wait a couple weeks, there would be mealworms under there. I don't know what they turn into. It's a beetle, I think, when it hatches. But it's not a burrowing in the ground typical worm. It's more of like a segmented, sort of almost like a armor body. I could show you a picture, but it's sort of gross. Aren't mealworms a Klingon delicacy? I think those were cat pop blood tick something. No, that was the Galaxy Quest. I don't remember what it is. They sort of look like roly-polies, but long, really long, and they're brown usually. There are almost 2,000 people here staring at clocks and listening to the man in the corner talk about wormicide. All right, we're done with the worms. All done with the worms. No more. Yes, the songbirds love eating them, for sure. Flora Paris says, first live with you guys. This is the level of dedication to Verdict Watch I need. Flora, I'm sorry, we do get a little bit loopy when it's later in the day like it is right now. We're approaching the noon hour for the jury. Will the clock stop during lunch? It may. It has not stopped yet. It's 11:17 Hawaii time, as you can see up by our clock there. It was asked for by Laura and then other people. Let's see. Is it Axio Pizza? Achio? I don't know how to say your name. I know the pizza part. Pizza 13. What is your law background? Thanks for asking. That is a great question. I have been a fan of the law and a fan of learning about the law since I was in junior high. When I was in junior high, we had a classroom, an English classroom that was a converted janitorial closet, but a long one. And so I was on the outside edge of the building, and it had these windows that faced the outside edge of the building, so they were cold. It was not heated. It was wintertime, and the windows had been broken by some vandals, and so there was just plywood there. And it made our classroom extremely cold, like you could see your breath in the classroom. And I didn't like it. It didn't seem right that I should have to go to school and like shiver through class, especially, I'm not in a third world country, and we're not in the Arctic. It just didn't make sense being in the Wasatch Front in a very affluent society to have to go to school like that. So I started studying the rules in the law, and I came across rules that state, the law states that there's a set of rules in place that the school has to meet as far as conditions in order for them to be allowed to hold school. And one of those rules was that the temperature had to fall within a specific range. And that range was, I believe, over 62 degrees and under 85 or something like that. That was the range it had to fall in. It was pretty wide, wider than is my comfort range. But we were definitely below that because we were nearly freezing in the classroom. And so I printed out that copy of the rules and the law, and I grabbed the digital thermometer, and I went to class the next day. And I sat down, I turned on the thermometer, I waited for it to adjust to the temperature. And once it had adjusted, I grabbed my paper, I went up to the teacher, I put the thermometer on his desk, and I handed him the rules. I didn't say anything. And he read it, and he looked at the thermometer, and he said, "Class dismissed," and he let us all go. And the next day, the school had found an available classroom that was heated for us to be in. And that was my first run-in with the law. And I as I learned more about it and was reading about it and reading about the rules and about the laws, what's legal and what isn't, I started going, riding my bike down to the city courthouse and watching trials. I thought I was sneaking in. I didn't know it was open to the public. I thought I was literally getting away with something I shouldn't be allowed to do, sneaking in and watching people, in a criminal court, but usually it's smaller charges, drug possession, maybe there's some vehicle, offenses and things like that. And I loved it. And I didn't know who was a prosecutor or what. I was just trying to figure out what was going on. And the judge had all this power, and there were, police officers walking around all over the place. And in my spare time, this was something I'd love to sneak in and do. And that stuck with me. And as I got into high school and beyond, I started being interested in how the laws were made, and started reading what laws were proposed by the legislature. And there was a point where I started getting involved politically. I'm like, hey, there's all these weird laws that people are trying to pass, and these affect me, then what I'm interested in. Some of the laws were, fishing access on rivers. We were changing the law about whether or not people could walk down a river, or if they could touch the bottom on a river they used to be able to go down, and now because there's private land on the sides, they can't. These were laws that impacted me. And so I'd read all these laws, and I'd talk to my elected officials about them, and I found out that a lot of elected officials didn't read the laws, and so I started reading them and finding out about them and talking to people, and it's just been something that I loved learning about. After I graduated from high school, served a mission over in England for a couple of years, came back, got involved in the news media, and loved working in the news media. That's what my education is. So I'm an electronic media major, live TV production, running cameras, all that. I started filming for police, I've done political stuff for police as far as filming video for sheriff's ad campaigns for their re-election, and got involved in Citizens Academy for police, done a lot of emergency response stuff with ham radio. Just loved listening to the law, loved following police scanners and literally having a scanner in my ear and being on the motorcycle and just following and watching, law enforcement do its work. Never worked as a lawyer because I'm not a lawyer. I have not gone to law school. I just have a love for the law and I love the process. And I think it's, it's not perfect. I've definitely seen flaws in the process, but it's a dang good system. And I can't find a better one anywhere. And because of that, I've always had a love for this, and so one day after working a fairly lengthy career in IT with the Department of Defense, I worked myself out of a job there, finished everything, transitioned out of there, and went 7 months with no work, looking for a job, and got frustrated with the job hunt and decided to live stream court and react to it. And just watch it with, if anyone else out there on YouTube wanted to watch with me. We did that with the Darrell Brooks trial. The first day we had 13 people here. Some of them are still here with us now, most of them. The next day we had 45. Next day we had 450. And after that we had 15,000 on day 4. And it just exploded. And that's the story. I forgot, what was the question? What's your law background? So the law background is I love to learn about the law. I have a love for the law, but I am not a lawyer, and I'm not providing any legal analysis beyond a casual observer like yourself, somebody who's just studied the law and loves to learn about it. But we do have some great friends, both friends of the channel, mods, people in chat that are lawyers, and when we need that legal analysis, we can tap the brain of somebody like Rob from Law and Lumber, or Matthew Harris Law, or Nicole Goodman, or some of these great friends of the channel that we have that can weigh in and help us out with some of the legal stuff. I am LawTube adjacent. The question was, is your t-shirt blue? Yes, it is. I like blue shirts. I have a lot of blue shirts. All right. First came here during Cavalcante, but came back last October for court watching. Cauliflower, that was a fun time. Cavalcante is probably the closest peek you got to see into what I love doing about following the law, running a police scanner and monitoring air traffic and maps and feeds and everything like that. Ian Runkle, great friend as well. Runkle of the Bailey, great channel. Donna, thanks for the kind words. I hope I keep providing good content. I'll try not to talk about worms so much. Maybe that'll be better. I'm going to send you some red shirts. Go Utes! Utes being the University of Utah Utes in Salt Lake City, Utah. They're a wonderful school. Nicole, if you let me do just one jab, it's the only school that invented cold fusion. Sorry, that was a long time ago. It was a mistake, but the news came out that they had figured out the cold fusion thing, and it was a whoopsies. Corey Richards went to the University of Utah. My wife went to the University of Utah for one class. I think it was like an Nat and Phys type class. Still no verdict. We are 5 hours and 21 minutes into deliberation, about to get to the lunch hour. Let's see. So the timer's still running for lunch. It hasn't started lunch yet. Been here for a couple of years. Love it. RA is in his third overtime. I've seen this before. Hey, how's it going? I can't type from in here. I don't think it'll work. Started with Cavalcante, but subbed during Maya. I'm going to unlock my son's computer here. The Maya trial was a very interesting one, for sure. Warrior Queen says, I'm not an OG, but I'm getting there. Warrior Queen, we're counting it. 19 months makes you an OG. OG meaning original goat. Did it work? No?
But it did type.
So,
It does type. Look.
okay, hang on. Twin Tail Fox is on the line. Give me a second. Let me pull up Discord. Twin Tail Fox joining us on Discord. How are you doing today?
Hello. I said it like 2 times in chat and nobody saw it, so I got Red Pen to help me.
I apologize. Thank you very much. Red Pen, appreciate
It's
that.
okay.
What's on your mind?
It's okay. I am just very confused that we do not have a verdict in this case. Like, what is happening?
What's happening?
Just why
I'm
have
looking
they
at this.
not?
Let's do this. Let me give it give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yes.
Yesterday they deliberated for 3 hours, but one of those could have been lunch, and they're also just picking a foreman. Give them a little Hawaii benefit for a relaxed attitude, and they probably may have only gotten about an hour of deliberation time in yesterday, which puts us up to about an hour and a half today, even though our timer says 5.5. The actual time spent, handling the questions involved in the case might be really low. And someone might have questions. Be like, I didn't understand XYZ. What was this evidence? What was that? Tell me about DNA. The DNA thing is all new to me. You could have something like that, and very quickly, all the evidence that came in from DNA is It's a lot. I mean, it takes a couple hours to go over it. So I'm not nervous right now. I do like the 1 hour per day rule, and we did have 8+ days of testimony in this case. So I'm okay with where we're at right now. If this goes into tomorrow, I'd be thinking, okay, we're looking at a lesser included. But I think I'm okay with it right now.
Yeah, I've just been itching for a verdict. Like, I have been keeping my mom updated, and when I was telling her their story first, like how he was hitting her in the head with a rock, and she was like, she died, didn't she? And I was like, no, she survived. And she was like, what?
It's rare.
Like, how?
The only reason I think is because those 2 nurses showed up.
Oh yeah, she was so lucky that they were nurses. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, I think that although the head wound, probably she wouldn't have bled out from that. Although they bleed a lot, I don't think she would have lost consciousness from loss of blood through the head, even though they bleed a lot. But continued blows to the head with a rock could very quickly have made her lose consciousness. And at that point, if there was an injection involved, then she's just dead weight to push off the edge. And it could be a very different case entirely.
Yeah, and I do think that he only stopped hitting her because they showed up.
Yeah.
So, because they did see him hit her in the head at least once. So, I mean, horrible for them to have to see it, but they literally saved her.
Yeah. I'm good with the jury taking their time on this one. I'm okay with the jury taking their time every time. Convicting somebody of a serious crime like this is a serious thing to do. The weight of that on their shoulders should be something that's significant and they feel. It's not something to be taken lightly. So when the jury does, even if it's methodical, even if it's something that's like, this is a slam dunk, right? You've got video of them committing the crime in the act and, the journal of their premeditation. Even in cases like that, I think making sure it's done right is important.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm okay with it. If it goes in tomorrow, I'm going to be like, come on, jury, what's the holdup here?
Yeah. Also, I wanted to ask you about Rex Herman. I saw that he pled guilty.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that he pled guilty? What is your theory?
I think the evidence they had regarding the DNA was rock solid. And I think it's something about a discarded pizza is how they got the DNA. But DNA is, when they say it's, 10 trillion times more likely, that means something.
Yeah.
That's basically like, he's your guy. And so as they start piecing things together and, he's probably would have less and less of alibis in all these cases. I think he saw the writing on the wall and took the plea because this is his last chance to sort of get something out of it that he wants, which apparently is to be studied by the FBI like he's some sort of super child.
Yeah. My theory, one of my theory was that, and then also his wife's and daughter's DNA was found at least one of the crime scene. And one of the victims said in her police call or like emergency call that they are trying to kill me, not he, they. So that is like a big piece for me.
That's crazy.
So, yeah.
I don't have any information, independent information about that. But the idea that there's a possibility of a family murderer, like a family that murders together, stays together. I don't know how that works.
Because I have watched a documentary about it and I have heard the call and she literally said, they are trying to kill me, and you could hear him in the background order someone to go and get her.
That's wild. I've not dug in that deep in this one. I'd have to go to like Grizzly or something like that to see where that stands. I think if they had evidence to support that there was an additional person involved, there would be charges right now.
Yeah. Did you see that the Rex Herman, his wife, and his daughter are all being sued for wrongful death? Did you see that?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I googled it like an hour ago, and one of the victims' son filed a wrongful death suit against all three of them.
The burden for a wrongful death suit is very low. It's basically they could sue and say you should have known your dad was a killer, right? You should have known, and that level of knowledge gives you some culpability, and thus financial responsibility. It doesn't necessarily insinuate that there was any involvement. I mean, we have seen cases where a husband and wife team. We followed cases where a husband and wife team worked together and to hide bodies and things like that. But I think the suit is probably pretty normal, and I wouldn't read too much into it beyond that.
Yeah, give me 1 second. The oven is done.
Oh, what have you making us for dinner?
Pizza.
Yum. Hawaiian pineapple?
No, not yet.
Pizza's ready, guys. If you want to pop in, Twin Tail Fox has made us pizza, so come grab a slice while it's hot. His daughter was 3 at the time. There are a million ways that someone else's DNA can get at a crime scene. We know how touch DNA works. There's a lot of ways that can happen, and the fact that someone's DNA is there doesn't necessarily mean that they were part of the crime. Only that
definitely
that something touched them that was part of the crime.
Yeah, but what I think is also super interesting is that on his personal computer, he had a document that was like the perfect how to kill or murder somebody.
And that's always incriminating when you go ahead and log everything on your computer with the timestamps and all.
And when his wife was confronted with all of these things that he had on his computer and all of these DNA evidence, and she was like that woman is absolutely she has lost her marbles. She was trying to defend him in every way, and then when they went when she showed them the kill room, quote unquote, in their house, she was like, I had no idea it was there. How was I supposed to know? I was never allowed into this part of the house. And you're just you lived with him for so many years. How would you not know?
It's strange, and I hesitate to try to jump into their mind at all. But if you've got somebody who's capable of killing like that and hiding it for all those years, he had to have probably been able to hide other things in his life from his family. That makes sense to me.
I do get
I would
that,
hope
but
that I would hope that if there was something in my family that I would be like, hey, that's not right. What's going on here? This seems suspicious. I'd hope that I'd be alert enough to see a situation if I was that close to it. But
yeah, and I do understand that she came from a battered relationship. He kind of saved her, so there is this God complex to him from her standpoint. So she's she will do anything for him. I mean, they have filed for a divorce, but they are still she visits him every week. She calls him every day. They're in constant, they divorced only so she wouldn't lose the house.
Yeah,
when he got.
We've seen some of that as well. The actions that a couple might take, or family might take when one member of the family is charged with a crime to protect the assets. We've seen that, but I don't know. I'd hesitate to say much more than that. Just I'll let the police do the investigation, and if there is something there, I'm sure they're going to charge for it. And if not, then it's just one of those weird situations where we just might never really understand or know what was happening there.
Yeah, it's just I'm very I'm so invested in this case because she his wife is Icelandic, so I'm we have so little crime in Iceland, so this is like...
This is a big connection.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy.
Like, finally.
Well, maybe if you had Hawaiian pizza up there, you'd have more crime because people would be stealing it and they'd be like attacking people so they could get the last piece of Hawaiian pizza. Just saying, it's good stuff. You ought to try it. Pineapple on pizza, it's a thing.
Pineapple on pizza is not... No. Mm-mm. Here in Iceland, it's very controversial.
All right. Twin Tail Fox, thank you very much for the call on the Discord. Sound great as always.
Thank you.
Enjoy your pizza and have a great day.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Let's see. I have been trying to get my wife to be okay with getting pizza next, like Hawaiian pineapple pizza, specifically because of this trial. Just because we mentioned Hawaii and I think pizza. So virtually for the whole time we've been following this trial, so about a week now, with all the catch up and everything else, I've been putting a bug in Mrs. R.A.'s ear about maybe we should get some Hawaiian pineapple pizza, and she's a firm no on that. I think what I need to do is say maybe we should get some 3-meat pizza, which she likes, and then be like, and while I'm there, I'll get a Hawaiian pineapple for me. So Hawaiian pizza should be a felony. It's the only way I like pineapple at all. I don't like pineapple other than that. Don't mention Hawaiian pizza in New York and the entire East Coast. I think tropical fruit. RA thinks tropical pizza. Straight to jail, no trial, capital punishment, first offense. Barbecue pulled pork pizza is where pineapple belongs. Now, I'm with you on that. I could do pineapple and pulled pork. That's good. What is Hawaiian pizza? I call it Canadian. It's Hawaiian pineapple, Canadian bacon on the pizza. It's Hawaiian pizza. Three hours looking at clocks and we're all hungry. We're getting close to the lunch hour. Looking at the time, 11:41. I think we'll probably take a lunch hour. What do you guys think? Hawaiian pizza was invented by a Greek guy. I'm in Canada. They don't do lunch until 12:30. Is that the truth? No lunch until 12:30? If you leave, the verdict will come in. They can deliberate through lunch, can they? Yes, they can. Britta, thank you. We can split the pizza down the middle. Google the Great Maple Syrup Heist. You've said this a couple times over the last couple days, and I've never remembered to do it. I'll do it now. Great Canadian Maple Syrup Heist was the theft of over several months, nearly 3,000 tons of maple syrup, valued at Canadian $25.2 million. How do you... They have strategic reserve barrels of syrup? Never solved. Wow. So somebody's sitting on truckloads of syrup out there. Josh, enjoy the game. Have a good one. People went to prison. It was Jim McIntyre. My youngest daughter's allergic to pickles and has an EpiPen in case someone accidentally breaks a jar while she's at work. Whoa. That's terrible. We did have the Kit Kat bar heist, like 12 tons of Kit Kat bars stolen in Europe or Italy or something last a week or two ago. The jury gets dismissed at 3:45 because of traffic. If you don't leave the parking garage by 4, you cannot get out for at least an hour. It's worse than LA traffic. Nikki, that's crazy. You've got to get home. Heard that was a hoax. I don't think it was. I heard a Kit Kat said it wasn't a hoax online. The company did. There's a lot of Kit Kats. How are you going to move them? It's like, you know, a guy in a back alley. It's like, hey, you got a fence for me? I got 12 tons of Kit Kats. Formula One shaped Kit Kats. They stole the delivery truck. How are you going to move the syrup? Maybe you just eat it yourself. Have a lifetime supply. EDB covered the Kit Kat heist. Fun fact, I used to work at Papa Murphy's Pizza, and they had pizza called the Perfect, which is half pepperoni, half Hawaiian. It wasn't ordered often. I have ordered that one from Papa Murphy's. I also ordered the Cowboy, which was one of my favorites. But I would get Cowboy with no mushrooms. There was a good heist from Toronto Airport a few years ago. A gold heist. New spa idea, soaking in hot syrup. I don't think that's even healthy. What is EDB? EDB is a pillar of LawTube. Emily D. Baker is her name. She's one of the probably the largest channels in LawTube. Lawyers on YouTube talking, commenting, and streaming cases. She does a fantastic job. She's now, I believe, full-time streamer and doesn't have to do any law work whatsoever. But a lot of fun, very, very entertaining to watch, very insightful, lots of connections, and just she's one of the good ones. She's fun. Former lawyer, very smart. I still haven't got to watch Dr. G yet. I need to do that. I want to see what he says about both the wife and the husband in this case. All right, still no questions. Didn't know she was a lawyer. I think, wasn't she a prosecutor in California? Like in LA, I thought she worked with Jackson. She was a DA in LA, yes. I love the cursing. She can let loose a little bit, but it's very fun. I enjoy watching her. Very, very fun. EDB was in Los Angeles. Yes, assistant DA. You know she's seen some things, right? And she is an OG for sure. Rock and Duck, that sounds great with a side of Hawaiian pineapple pizza. Okay, she never worked with Jackson, but was at the DA's office at the same time as him. I think that makes sense. And I think Josh Ritter is also connected to that same office. EDB actually led me to this channel, so I love both. She is wonderful. She said some wonderful things about our channel, and I'm very grateful for it. It's been fun. I really enjoy what she does. She's brought a lot to the LawTube community through a lot of hard work on her part, and we're better off for it. Scott Roos and the behavior panel are interesting. Scott did a segment on this case. I have not watched that either. I've got a couple of those we probably need to watch, especially those would be interesting. I can't watch it here, obviously. We can't just stream someone else's content like that. She's still a lawyer, but I don't think she. What I'm saying is, I don't think she has to do legal work. I think she runs her channel full time. Am I wrong on that? I might be. She's easy to like. She's a lot of fun. She does some consulting. Okay. Yes, Forerunner paved the way in major ways. Major ways. She coined the phrases LawTube and Law Nerd, and a couple others. She's got Screaming Goats and Pickles and things like that as well. She's really, really fun. Oh man, Peter Tragos and Emily together. Those are a lot of fun. Peter being major defense side and Emily having all the experience on the prosecution side. Love it. Five hours, 47 minutes. We're approaching the noon hour where I think we're going to take a lunch break. Who is this EDB? Hole Puncher. You've got to watch. There are a couple people that I really recommend, and there are a lot of channels. There's a lot of people in the LawTube and LawTube adjacent community online here on YouTube that are doing incredible work, and I do recommend looking around and finding some, because you might like what I do. There are some other people that might just be like perfect. You're like, oh my goodness, I need to watch, Rob from Law and Lumber. I need to watch Ian Runkle. Ian Runkle's schedule is great for people who work during the day and want to watch something at night, and his takeaways and his Runkleisms will just crack you up. He's absolutely hilarious. Runkle of the Bailey is incredible. Emily D. Baker, incredible. For production value, off the charts, right up there with Grizzly True Crime. Love the deep dives Grizzly does. Josh from Courtroom Confidential, good friend. Love being on with him a lot. He is just one of the hardest working guys in LawTube. He's also a Fox commentator, legal commentator for them, and runs his channel on the side. You got Peter Tragos in Florida. He's a defense attorney. The best hair on LawTube, followed closely by Ian Runkle. And great legal analysis from him and his dad when he gets his dad on the show. It's incredible. Emily D. Baker, obviously, for some of the spicy bits, one of my favorite people to watch court with is with her. There's just amazing channels out there that are blast. And I love this whole area of the internet because we're all different, right? I can't bring you the legal expertise that they can, and I don't pretend to. I'm not the lawyer. That's not where I'm coming from. I'm the tech guy, and I can bring you the best sound, and I can bring you just me and enjoy watching court together, and that's what we do. Andrea Burkhart, great. Grizzly True Crime is great. Peter Tragos does mostly civil. Yeah. There's just so much great content out there, and if there's a case that you're interested in, somebody's covering it. And whether it's a deep dive from Grizzly going into the, how we got here and what comes next, or whether you're, here with us and we're covering this is what happens today in court, we're live in the courtroom, or whether you're, breaking it down with Ian Runkle at night and he's saying, hey, let's make this make sense. Hang on, let's see what actually happened here. It's a lot of fun. I love this. Melanie Little is great. Legal Vices, one of the good ones. We lost a good one there. Speaking of friends of the channel, Danny on Direct, who was a Salt Lake attorney, just posted she got major news and is moving to DC and is going to be a prosecutor, a DOJ prosecutor out in DC. So lots of things changing there, but. Andrea and Melanie are in real life friends as well. Love her deep dives. I wish Brandy Churchill did a little bit more now. She's been a lot of fun. Brandy Churchill's a friend of the channel as well. She has the best podcasts. I mean, she's ranks really high for podcasts and true crime, and it's great. Danny was from Salt Lake. Yep. Uncivil Law, Josh Ritter. I think Brandy got hitched. Didn't she get married? I think it. I remember seeing a picture of her in a big white dress. By big, I've been talking flowing. Yes, she got married. Best charts, 13th juror. Oh, sorry. Just like that, I went to Brandy's channel. She's done some great collaborations, and her work has got her, on as a commentator for various crimes on big channels as well. Thank you, sample user. Trail TV Live, great friends of the program as well. Love the transparency they bring to the courts. Lawyer Lee is great. Brother Counsel. I upgraded to premium YouTube this afternoon, and you haven't buffered once. Imagine that. Interesting. Brandy and Van are honeymooning in Jamaica. That's awesome. Murder Show, yep. Thank you. Also another channel there. There are so many people that cover cases, and I love the different perspectives you can get, whether, if you want a defense perspective or you want a prosecutor perspective. Hey, Miss Larry, how you doing? Good. You come to talk and say hi? I can't put you on camera because, There you go. Okay. I can hear you, though. Broken Baker, yep. Catnot Williams. Who are your favorite people to watch on LawTube?
Peter, Tragos, Ian. So I like everybody for different reasons. I like Peter. He does a good job at breaking things down logically so that I understand them really well. He's also very good at summarizing things, so I feel like I got all the pertinent details. Rob, I think, brings a personality to it that he's very welcoming. There's room for everybody, and he's a gatherer. He brings people together and makes them all feel very much like they belong. I mostly just watch you.
I was hoping you had mentioned me somewhere on your top 10.
I really like your personality.
I'm okay.
You're okay.
Yeah. How are you doing? How's the...
Good.
I've been telling everybody you're like spring cleaning the house, like inside and out. You pressure wash the outside of the house?
No, I didn't pressure wash yet. I just did it with the hose. I was doing the windows. And guys, I did it out of order. I'm going around and doing the outside of the windows, and while I'm doing it, I'm like, these bushes are in the way. So I'm like trying to spray through the bushes, and I'm putting as many bits of dirt and leaves and stuff on the windows as I'm washing off. I'm like, this is not as smart. And then I'm looking at the house itself. I'm like, it just needs to be pressure washed. Pretty sure if we pressure wash it, it's going to make the windows dirty. So,
well, I just realized that you are getting our house soaking wet during pollen season.
Dude, I washed off the deck because I was there. And yeah, and it was yellow. So I started spraying it down. I was like, oh, for gross, that's like nuclear waste. It's so bad. And I'm washing off all of the yellow. It was bad. Yep. We live in a Polynesian area.
Yep. Not Polynesian, just Polynesian. Katrina Bunny says, Recovery Addict, can you run our postcard idea by Mrs. R.A. while she's here?
Your what? Postcard?
Some people want to send us postcards. And I said, I'm okay with that, but I'm pretty sure Mrs. R.A. is not going to let me collect them in any way. I can view them once we've seen them, acknowledge everything, and then I have to...
I have thrown away so much stuff. The idea of bringing anything else in the house is like, oh, please, no. We just have... I feel so bad because at this point, I have nowhere else to hide anything. I have hidden all of my books under my bed. I have hidden all of the food storage under the kids' beds. I have hidden everything, and then we put bed skirts over it so you can't see it. And I don't have anywhere else to hide anything. But
now I have a lot of room to put my stuff in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, we bought a house that has no storage, and then we took our garage and made it an Airbnb. So I mean, it's our own fault for not having room for things.
And I'm trying to make it look like we don't live here. So that's
luck.
We don't have anything in any closets anywhere, and that makes it very, very tricky.
Yeah, lots of fun. Get a shoebox maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a lot of boxes. Let's see. Love when Mrs. R.A. visits. I do as well. If she needs to wash the windows, she just needs a hole in the bush. Okay. Yes, a hole in the bush to spray the window.
There we go.
Careful there. Careful. Get a shed. I have a shed.
Oh my gosh, our shed is scary.
I don't think I've ever been in it.
I don't think it has a floor.
I think the floor is like snakes, like straight out of like Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom or something. That's what the floor is made out of.
We did our Indiana Jones thing today when I was like, I'm cleaning off these stairs, these outdoor stairs, got our flat shovel and was scraping off what looked like dirt buildup, and nope, that was the top of an anthill.
Fire anthill.
Yeah. And they came out like looking like, what is that show? The African...
They Swarm.
I can't remember, with Charlton Heston in it. It looked like that.
Wasn't he like Moses, 10 Commandments?
Yes, but not that movie. Oh. Help me out, guys. What is that movie called? Something about Africa, and it's where the ants go absolutely bat crazy.
Zulu?
Maybe. I thought it had Africa in the title. It's old. I mean, Charlton Heston. It's old.
Out of Africa.
Out of Africa.
Nailed it, Evangeline Light. I accidentally told some worm stories today.
You accidentally told them?
Yeah, I don't think I can tell anymore. Although I know you have some worm stories that involved our fridge. And my fishing worms.
Just one.
But, let's see. I don't know the movie name, but the Recovery Addict should share the ant joke from earlier. Oh, this was so good. Ready?
Ready.
To stop ants coming in your house, leave a saucer of milk outside. The adult ants drink it. It has effect on the ant reproduction. The young are born without toes, so they can't climb in your walls.
What?
The effect is called lactose in toddler ants.
That sounds like a Greener's joke. Where did that come from?
Came from Troy, I believe.
Oh, okay.
All right. Here's our thoughts. We're looking at The jury's about to hit 6 hours on the. If you look at the clock right here, I'm sorry, on the screen, they're about to hit 6 hours on the deliberation timer.
Are we going to celebrate?
No. Well, we could, but that's not what we were planning on doing.
Okay.
There we go.
What happens at 6 hours?
There's a party. 6 hours. We think it's lunchtime.
Oh.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
So if we take a break and then come back.
And paint the bathroom door.
No. Just a break. I'll tell you what. Here's what I'm going to do. Before I say this, because I'm going to get a lot of flack for this, I'm going to make a portal first. You guys know what the significance of making a portal is. Portal means we're coming back. Part 10B. But we're only coming back if there's a verdict. How about
Even
that?
a blind squirrel finds a nut.
Wait a minute.
Once in a
So you're
while.
saying go hang out in this live stream where I may or may not show up?
Well,
I like it. This is good marketing.
I could just leave this up and I could eat. Would that be better?
There's no food.
We're going to get Hawaiian pineapple pizza.
In Hawaii.
No.
Oh.
I think
Shame on you, sir.
The Charlton Heston movie with the ants is The Naked Jungle.
There's nothing in the
Oh, is it?
you from talking
Okay. I don't know what it is, but I know that it's a terrifying show with lots of ants.
Red Pen's like, you're leaving me here to watch y'all. Josh went to a baseball game.
Under the bus. You're wanting to go get food?
Not just food. Hawaiian pineapple pizza.
Okay, so this has come up like 2 days in a row. Why
like 2
is
weeks
this
in a row.
Thing?
I've tried over and over. We have a Hawaii trial. Every time we mention Maui, Hawaii, Oahu, Palipuka, and anything that's actually something in the trial.
Oh, okay.
I think Hawaiian pineapple pizza. And when I think about the pizza, I want to get the pizza. So that's where we're at. Because we're in Hawaii, and when in Hawaii, you eat Hawaiian pineapple pizza.
Do Hawaiians actually eat Hawaiian pineapple pizza?
I like to think that they do, and I don't want to know any different.
Okay.
It's just a hole in the bush.
What?
Nikki
What's
is
the hole in the bush? I don't want to know.
we can tell you. We made a song about it.
Oh.
Nikki is in Hawaii, and she says, no, they don't eat Hawaiian pineapple pizza. But I think Nikki is just saying that so we don't eat all the Hawaiian pineapple pizza because she wants it for herself. In my head, this is how I rationalize. It's a literal hole in the bush is what it is. There's a bush with a hole in it, and we saw like 60 different pictures and angles of the hole in the bush, and we made a song about the hole in the bush. And after I played the song, I realized there may be some sort of innuendo involved, but that was completely unintentional.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
That's a stretch.
Hawaiian Punch is not from Hawaii either.
What?
It's a Coke product or something.
It also doesn't taste very good.
Not a sponsor, apparently. There goes another brand. I was just finalizing the deal.
I mean, I love it.
All right. Do I love sugar? I probably eat a little more than I should. Tell you what. Let's do this. I need to get the pizza. It's a need. It's not a want anymore. I've just elevated like the hierarchy of needs. It's gone up to
Maslow.
The
thing is, level. We only have one car, and it's not here right now. And when we get it, I have to take it really quick to take the rest of the kids to their activity, and then I'll be there until bedtime. So
I'm not getting pizza, guys.
I'm sorry. This is what happens when a car breaks.
You should have led with that. You should have led with. Yes, well, our other car, your car, is in the shop.
My car.
Because her car was doing this really cool undocumented feature, which For those of you that have cars with undocumented features, you know what it is. When you start it up, it goes into incognito mode, and it produces a massive cloud of white smoke. I mean, not like, it's a little smoky back there. We're like, can you see? No, neither can I. Just wait. The wind might clear it out. It's just a military level grade smoke screen.
We have to apologize to everybody around us. We don't know why it's doing this.
People running and coughing and calling the fire department and everything else every time we start it. But it only happens for 10 seconds. Then it's gone and it's fine. And we took it to the shop when it first started, and they're like, "No, it's fine. It's the age of the car. When you hit 180,000 miles, it does that." I'm like,
it's only the first time in the morning.
Do that.
You can start it over and over during the day. It's fine.
Yeah. So our insistence that they fix it led to them charging us just a small fortune to fix it.
I'm still going through the forgiveness process here. Not there yet.
Yeah. When you Google the part on YouTube online,
on YouTube,
I actually told them what it is. Here's the problem. When I submitted the car and I said, this is the problem. It's the driver's side, the PCV cover. This is what needs to be replaced. And yes, you can buy it for $72.
And it's easy to get to.
And they come back with a nice 4-digit number on the repair. Oh. Anyway,
have I mentioned they don't like us?
They don't. They're like, just your car's fine. Leave it alone.
Yeah.
Get the pizza delivered. Says Lois. Ooh.
Who said that? Lois.
Lois is thinking. Lois, thank you. I just had a great idea, Lois.
Lightning has struck my brain.
Jersey prods, Lois.
Are they all saying the same thing?
Yes, they are. Does Little Sleezers?
Yeah, you said that out loud.
Also not a sponsor now. We've got Domino's.
Would you stop?
Domino's Pizza in town.
Yeah, but those are disgusting. I mean, I don't want them to sponsor us. Those are gross. Sorry, guys. We are just offending everybody, all the people.
To any company who does want to sponsor me. Trust me, when we will not talk bad about you.
You guys know if we actually say we like it, it's because we like it.
Papa John's? Does Papa John's deliver?
I don't know. I do think Papa John's is pretty good, though.
We have one up by the Korean chicken place, right?
I don't know what
right
that
by
is.
Wendy's and the rental place on Fire Tower Road.
Oh, the new one? I don't know what we're talking about.
No, on Fire Tower, just right before you cross the railroad tracks. Isn't there like a Papa John's right in there?
I don't know, because every time I cross the railroad tracks, I'm like, don't get hit by a train. Don't get hit by a train. Don't get hit by a train. That's all I'm thinking right then. Rockin'
Duck adds to the pizza fund. Carolyn Taterville says you can now order an extra large.
Nice.
I'm going to find it. I think, is Papa John's, is Papa Murphy or Papa John's, one of them gives you the pizzas raw? What?
I have no idea what you just said, because I have a kid talking to me.
Oh.
Hang on. Oh, Papa Murphy's raw. Is that
so
what
they
you're
don't
asking?
deliver. They don't deliver raw pizzas, right?
No, but Papa John's cooks theirs. What?
Okay. Papa John's here delivers. You have to add jalapenos. On the side, I will, for sure. I haven't had a pizza delivery in a long time. Cheese sticks to your appetizer, says Regina. Do y'all have your dinosaur running on a treadmill to get electric in your house? Judy, we do have quite a bit of electric going on with everything that's running. I can probably shrink down a little bit. Where is it?
How many of you guys are like, hey, wow, we really need Hawaiian pizza tonight? Is this just
I'm in the
Scott?
minority when it comes to Hawaiian pizza.
Oh, well, that's because they're gross.
which I'm okay with.
Everything's gross right now.
You're all evil. Now I want pizza, says Sarah Jane. Pizza delivery fund. Thank you.
Nice.
Yurakavi. Thank you. Misty Beard raises his hand. Couple hands there. I love Hawaiian. French Toasty is also saying it. Me says
Nice,
love my
nice.
grandkids. I like it. Says obsessed with justice.
Okay, hang on though. Is this all Hawaiian pizza or just like pizza in general?
Oh, this is.
I'm allergic to pineapple. My son's allergic to
delicious.
pineapple.
No Hawaiian for me. So we're split. We could do a poll, but I would lose, and I don't want to lose, so we're not going to do it.
Good call. Good call. Let's just go into denial. I like it.
The mods.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Should be outlawed. Woo. That's strong.
I'm sort of watching the timer to see if it stops here, and it has not yet. Jury's still deliberating, possibly till 12:30 when they take their lunch. I don't want to go to break and then immediately.
Immediately.
Like, there will be a verdict as soon as I go to break. But
is that a bad thing?
Unless they go to lunch, and then I'll be okay. It's okay, but I don't want to like have a pizza arrive and I can't eat it because.
Good call.
Because, all that. Can we raid someone? Brett, who do you have in mind?
The pizza store.
KBR, just getting here. What happened today? Any jury questions? Nope. It's been 3 hours and 10 minutes of deliberation today, in addition to the 3 hours we had yesterday. No indicators from the jury whatsoever that they're even alive. So it's just
is that a concern? And we think
okay
they
with
might not be.
The timer started like 5 minutes late, so we think the jurors just were a little slow in getting there.
Okay, what's going on? Is this their timer? Are they running the timer?
It's our timer. We're timing them. They don't have a timer. There's not like a clock in there that they're saying you've been deliberating for this long.
They should, though. That'd be like a cool feature. You are now into the length of time of a Star Wars movie. And now, Lord of the Rings. And now, let's move along, people.
If we do a portal, we don't get our notification of a verdict. If we raid someone, I can just open up a new live stream if there's a verdict. Paul from reporting live from my sofa is streaming Verdict Watch. Ooh. Take a look and see what he's got going on right now.
I don't know him.
I've seen some stuff.
Every time Scott gets busy and does something on his phone or whatever, I feel like I should talk. I should have something interesting to say here so that we aren't just all waiting. And every time it happens, I'm like, I have nothing to say.
I don't see him live right now. Paul's not live.
You know what I'm curious about?
What?
How long most law tubers have their channel run actively? And, how many years or months or whatever before most law tubers say, I'd rather do something else, or I'm going to go practice law, or whatever.
I'm going to retire in Tahiti.
Right? I'm going to go eat some more pizza. I'm out.
LawTube's only been around since basically the Johnny Depp. Is when it started. So you're looking like a year before we did.
It just seems, as I think about it, I'm like, who are the people that I have watched? And a lot of them have gone away. And I think, okay, so I'd be just curious to see, is that just LawTube? Is that typical for YouTube in general? About what is the life expectancy of a channel in any topic on YouTube? Latest book reads?
Latest book reads.
Latest book reads. I am reading World War II historical fiction, and I can't... Hearts of the Children, maybe? Children of the Promise, I think is what it's called. And I'm also reading a couple of spy books, which, of course, I can't remember any of them.
How to Murder 101.
Mostly, I'm just cleaning the house like a crazy person and then laying down exhausted. That's what I'm doing.
Let's see. Legal Bites is brewing a new Little Legal. Ooh.
Really? I love it, especially for my kids. I love that for for, people who are younger than me. I love that. But I tell you, I am so happy to be where we are in our lives that I just thought when our son and his wife had their first child, I was just, I don't know. I made breakfast. I went shopping. I had a normal day. And I thought, this is so much easier. Becoming a grandma is just worlds easier than becoming a mom. And I like it. I prefer this generation. Everybody says that it's better to be a grandparent. I'm like, yeah, it is. It's much easier to get inducted into it. I tell you what.
Sorry, I'm trying to find podcast. Podcast was live.
I saw my name on there. Mrs. Ari is asking about YouTube longevity, and what I'm hearing is, Scott, how long are you going to keep doing this? I
didn't even think about that, Rudy.
No,
that's funny.
Because there are people who've been on there longer, but they don't do it full time. And frankly, I just like patterns. I like seeing cycles and figuring out what works and what doesn't work. And so I feel like we've been here long enough that I can see some patterns, but not super clearly. When I think about the people who are doing well, they change, right? It's all the time changing on YouTube. That it's like, well, I want to do recaps in the evenings, or I think I want to do just a focus in on one question about this particular case or this particular issue that came up. And then that's, maybe I want to do more than that. Maybe I want to cover them live, and then, or maybe go vice versa. You cover them live and then you change and you just do recaps. And it's just fascinating to me to say, well, what works? And I mean, it depends on what your goal is as well. What are you trying to achieve? But it is interesting to me to watch how many people really started YouTube channels and did quite well for a while right after Darryl Brooks. And I'm aware of them just because that's when Scott started. And then they just kind of went away. And I thought, okay, so that's probably normal anytime there's anything big and breaking like that. But then I'm just curious what the norm is.
I will tell you that doing this long term, you have to either be A, crazy, or B, love it, because it is hard. And if it's not something you're enjoying, or seeing results from that you're working towards and hoping for, it's very hard to maintain that grind, is what they call it in the YouTube world.
Yeah.
If you're not, your heart cannot be in it really quickly. I am super fortunate because what I get to do, I love doing. So even days that are hard days as far as the trial goes, the evidence in court, I love what I get to do. I love that I get to play with the tech. I love to to tweak things and make the audio better and fix things and bring things, improve something and enjoy it with you guys in the community. So for me, it really has been easy to keep going.
See, and that's fascinating to me because it's really, what you're saying is there are two different loves that you have going on. There's the love of the law, so you like to actually sit and watch the law, and then there's the love of your particular take on it, which is generally technology, and you're excited about, well, how can I grow and improve in these different ways, usually buying more cords. But I feel like everybody who succeeds in YouTube has to have that. They have to love what they're doing, whatever the topic is, and then they have to also love some aspect of it that they bring to the table, that they're all the time saying, well, okay, how can I work on this? How can I improve? Otherwise, I think it would get dusty.
Yeah. It's there are hard aspects to it. You have to sort of have a thick skin.
Yeah, I couldn't do it.
Because even though this community is incredible and wonderful, there are trolls out there, and the trolls get through, and they make comments, and sometimes Mrs. R.A. will see them, and I try not to let her see any of them, but there are people who just...
Rude.
They're in a bad space mentally.
Yeah.
And you're like, I don't even know what would cross your mind to make you think that saying that is okay to anyone.
Yeah. What hurt do you have that makes it feel
let alone
okay
what did I do I didn't pee in your Cheerios this morning. I don't know why you're mad at me. It's just...
and thank you for not, by the way.
But you have to be able to look at that and say, first of all, it helps to be able to look at them and say, they're probably hurting, right? Something might be miserable and they don't know how to deal with it. And this is how they're trying to, cope with it. And so you just get to, that way I'm not holding a grudge. I'm not getting angry. I'm like, man, that guy really ripped me a new one and I didn't deserve it. And he was wrong. And he might be, but what I don't know is where that guy's coming from. And that guy might be just dealing with some terrible news that he just can't cope with and is lashing out and in a way to get his mind off something. And I can't judge him for that. But you've got to be able to brush that apart and set that aside.
Yeah, I've heard other YouTubers say that they will sometimes reach out to people who are kind of nasty online, and they said, 99% of the time, the person will lead with, "I'm so sorry. I was having a bad day. I'm so sorry. Something else was going on in my life," and they lead with an apology. And I think that's probably the case most of the time, but unless you reach out and talk to people, they're not. You don't get to hit the apology part, right? So I'm missing all the laughter things.
Yeah. No, it's I don't know. It's been it's fun. I love it. I recommend this, and I've helped a lot of people who, with just advice on their channels and getting started. If I can, I'd love to help them. I've got tons of people who've called on the burner phone and texted and just spent some time saying, here's what you want to do. Here's how you can do it. This is the way to get started. I love that.
Yeah.
Because for a lot of people, this is a venue, an opportunity that is sort of tough to figure out just to get started as far as the technical side, and that's where I can help. But if you've got a unique viewpoint on something and, an interest, a love for a hobby, just a mindset or it's something like that, there's probably people out there who want to hear exactly what you have and how you want to share it. It's just, pulling the trigger and getting out there and putting your face out there and your voice. It doesn't have to necessarily be your face, and finding them. So.
Yeah, but it took you a while, right? You didn't just jump on and start doing this. You tried several things online before that it wasn't your face to begin with, and then I don't know.
There are some videos out there of me as a cartoon character playing a farming simulator.
Yeah.
Greeners, if you want to dig something up. Think of me as like a cartoon character is the best way to say it. Like I literally converted.
I think like a Charlie Brown-esque.
Yeah, looks a lot like Greener's profile picture.
Yeah.
And tried playing some games online and no.
And it wasn't there, yeah. And I mean, this channel originally was metal detecting, and that wasn't there. So you do have to there has to be a meeting of your interests and talents and other people's interests as well. And that's, I don't know how to even figure that out.
Stardew Valley is a good game, but no, it wasn't that one. It was actually Farming Simulator 2002, I think, 2022. All right, it's time. It is 12:27. In 3 minutes, we expect the jury is going to lunch, and we do not have a verdict yet.
And Scott has ordered them Hawaiian pizza since they've never tasted it.
They would love it. So let me ask you guys, if I build a portal, you will get notified as soon as I build the portal that we're going to go live at a certain time. That's the only notification you will get. If then 10 minutes later they come back with a verdict and we go live, you won't know. If I don't build a portal, you'll get notified as soon as we build hey, we've got a verdict, it's live. But there's also the risk of, if there's no portal, I might just go get pizza and disappear. Because that,
how about
that
this?
happens.
What if you leave this one on so that people would still have somewhere to chat, but then start a new one when the verdict comes through, so they'll get the notification right when it happens?
We can do that.
Just a thought. Also, hey, did I get credit for this box thought here? I want credit for this. I am amazing. Nope, I can tell that I didn't get credit. You guys, let me toot my own horn here for a second. Okay, so here's what happened. Scott was like, I can't use my standing desk because all of the cords on my 3 billion devices are about 3 inches too short. And so when I make it all stand all the way up so that I can stand, because he's tall, then everything's hanging off the floor by like 3 inches, and it's putting all the stress and strain on all of these cords. And I have to buy new cords for every single device. I need to get another 3-inch cord for every single one. And I was like, or you could get a 3-inch box and put the, what is that thing called?
Power supply.
The power supply on the box, and then everything could plug into that and it would work. And he said, I think you mulled that over for probably a week before you were like, okay, I have an idea. I think I'm going to get a 3-inch box. And it works, right?
Yeah, I have ordered 44 new cables this week. So, yes, it works, but at the same time.
But really, the effect was not realized. Okay.
How will we know when a verdict is in? Ring the bell. We'll stop this live stream and start a new one for a verdict. But I'll keep this one going while I try to order some pizza. We'll come in and check on you in a little bit. Does that work? I can't keep my music playing in the background because Suno, for some reason, deviates from my playlist to other people's playlists without warning. And that's a quick way to get a copyright strike. And there goes the channel. So I can't do that. I will leave your funny buttons on, but not super loud. Not super loud. Just remember that not all the buttons have to be pushed all the time. Red says no sound commands.
Hello.
Yeah. We won't know if we're asleep. Give us control of the verdict music to alert you. Tempting. I could, but we're not going to do that yet.
I could, but no.
Pizza is ordered. Okay, now I need to order pizza. So I don't even have a pizza company in my phone. I don't even know who to call to make it happen.
In front of the Walmart.
I know. You need to build an RA app like EDB's law narrative app. I like what she's done. I'd probably do something a little bit different. But Anna Banana, my idea on that is more on gathering information than disseminating information. Anyway, we'll talk about that another point. It's a nerdy thing, but basically I could let people who are court watchers bring us a live feed from outside court very easily to the channel, just using their phone. And it might not need its own app for that. I've got the technology to make it happen now.
And all the cords.
And all the cords. So, all right, we're going to go for a quick break. Mrs. Ari, thanks for coming in and visiting and talking to us. And thanks for the box idea.
It's way more fun than washing the outside of the house. That wasn't very fun.
Yeah.
But, satisfying, guys. It was satisfying to see all the dirt come off the house.
Yep.
But not very fun.
I'm going to go get a pizza, and
I'm going to watch.
You're gonna enjoy it, too. It's Hawaiian Pineapple.
I got to take the kids to the activity.
Okay, all right. Guys, we'll be back in just a little bit. We'll see you.
See ya.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend. Hello.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Hello.
Procedural matters, and unfortunately, you.
You're talking about stuff that is not real.
gentlemen.
I'm not a camel.
Bring the jury.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
In front of the Walmart.
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
What more do you need to see?
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
I got a stubby little pencil.
It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Hello, hello.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty. I saw a chicken fighting.
Hello.
Procedural matters, and unfortunately, you have not.
Hello.
In front of the Walmart. Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
don't like podiums, Your Honor.
What more do you need to see?
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Hello?
Procedural matters, and unfortunately, you have not.
Hello?
Shame on you, sir.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Bring the jury.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
All rise. Court is now in session.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
Hello, hello.
Bring the jury.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
How does he do that?
Squirrel. Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
If they didn't, I would lose my mind.
You're comparing apples and orangutans here.
I object.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
Shame on you, sir.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
If they didn't, I would lose my mind.
I object.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Happy birthday. You look good. Have them send someone with more experience.
I saw a chicken fight.
I got a stubby little pencil.
If they didn't, I would lose my mind.
Hey, hey, hey.
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
Bring the jury.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
I object.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Procedural matters, and unfortunately, you have not.
Hello?
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
That bar sucks anyways.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
I saw a chicken fight.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Is that correct?
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Bring the jury.
You're comparing apples and orangutans here.
In front of the Walmart.
It's not your turn to talk. I'll tell you when you can talk.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
I got a stubby little pencil. Have them send someone with more experience.
How does he do that?
Hello?
I'm not a camel.
In front of the Walmart.
I object.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Bring the jury.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
not a cat.
I'm not a camel.
Hello?
It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.
Bring the jury.
In front of the Walmart.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
Alex stole it.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Hello?
I'm going to sustain my own objection.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
I'm not a cat.
In front of the Walmart.
you going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Squirrel.
Bring the jury.
I'm not a cat.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
Hello.
Procedural matters, and unfortunately, you have.
Hello.
In front of the Walmart.
I'm not a cat.
Hello.
Procedural matters, and unfortunately, you have not.
Hello.
I'm not a camel.
Bring the jury.
All right. The pizza was delicious. Had to settle with Domino's pizza.
Hello.
But
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
they got it delivered to me exactly as I made it, within 15 minutes of ordering, which was fast. And I shared it with my son. So, and there's pizza left over. I did not eat the whole thing. Domino's O's. I guess the H is silent. Do you have cravings for Hawaiian anymore? No. I will tell you, nor do I have cravings for cheese, because they put all the cheese on the pizza. Like all of the whole store's worth of cheese was on my pizza. Domino's. Just O's. No, in there. Just Domino's. How do you guys say it? Am I saying it wrong? Did have pineapple pizza, Hawaiian pineapple. It was delicious. No green peppers on this one. Mission accomplished. It was. I'm just a happy guy right now. It was delicious. There's never enough cheese for your husband. Oh, well, they should order from my Domino's pizza. You're saying it like Cool Whip. I am. That's because nobody else gets pizza from Domino's. The only pizza. No, they were really quick. The guy just delivered it, drove right up, parked in the Airbnb parking lot, and brought it out. It was so hot I had to like blow on it to cool it down. It was too hot. Domino's. How do you breathe in when you say the H? Anyway, we are still here. We are on Verdict Watch. 7 hours and 18 minutes have passed off the clock. It's 1:23 p.m. in Honolulu, Hawaii. Expecting possibly 2 more hours of deliberation. Maybe a tiny bit more. But we're waiting and waiting. Judgy McJudgerson, I'm sitting in a doctor's office, but I'm going to have some bread cheese when I get home. Oh, so good. So good. We are getting delirious. Listen to some meditation music. To an 8D meditation. They leave before, I think 3:45 is when they leave to get ahead of the traffic. Can we watch something for 2 hours? I was thinking like Avatar. No, just kidding. Bring the darn verdict music already. Oh, like I'm the holdout, Genesee Gal. Like, they're just waiting for me to hit the button. I wish that were the case, but not so. Have I made pizza? I have made pizza in the past. I'm not very good with the dough. We typically make it with like a pita bread base. Anything except the beige wall at this point. Well, I can change the beige wall out for the studio if that helps. Is that any better? I'm beginning to think there will be no verdict today. I don't know. Bread machine makes an okay pizza dough. The studio is much more stimulating. The last time I had pizza was 1991. That's what was it? What happened in 1991? What was the occasion? Lara's starting to feel guilty over the clock because we can't watch anything else because the clock is there. Sing us a song. Break out the guitar, maybe. Do a couple verses. What made 1991 the end of pizza? Is that the right question, Scott? I'm thinking that Kumbaya, and s'mores and everything would be good. We could have Ivan's indoor fire pit right here in the studio. Papa John's is pretty. Amber's mom, I'm glad you got your Papa John's. Amber treated you right. Moscow Pizza Hut closed in 1991. Sing us a song tonight, 'cause we're all in the mood for a melody. You got us feeling all right. Oh, Canada. That's a good song, too. A little more formal. Can we have a full demonstration of all the sounds? Oh, man. There are a lot of sounds. Phil, I just ate too much pizza. I'm glad so many of us got to eat pizza together. It's sort of like a bonding moment, knowing that all of us were eating Hawaiian pineapple pizza. You did eat Hawaiian pineapple, right?
If they didn't,
At the same
I would
time.
lose my mind.
Let's see. Amber in Southeast Virginia ordered pizza for Mom in Eastern Kentucky. That's the way it is. Next trial we're watching. Don't know in the meantime, but I know we've got one in Ohio. It starts on the 28th. We'll probably have another one or two in the meantime. But let's see. Spinach and tomato from Papa John's. I tried to get Papa John's, and they won't deliver. I live too far away, like 0.2 miles too far away to deliver to. You missed the pizza memo. Oh, it's not too late. There's still time. Best pizza I've ever had, hands down, was in Chicago. I would have to say the best pizza I've ever had was at a place called Pier 49 Pizza, and it was a barbecue chicken pizza of all things. That was just amazing. Absolutely incredible.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Phil, you're a good man. Enjoyed pizza together. It's almost like we went out for dinner together just to hang out for the good times. I'd like to thank Brittany, who made my pizza. It was excellent. Thank you, Brittany. I don't know who delivered it, but he was pretty prompt as well.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Have them send someone with more experience.
What trial in Ohio? The trial in Ohio is the with Judge Pratt. Hang on one second. Caleb Flynn. Caleb Flynn is the trial. But did you tip? Yes.
How does he do that?
I tip. I paid the delivery fee and I paid the tip. So Caleb Flynn, the American Idol trial. We're trying to get a sponsorship, Jim. We're trying to get somebody to... Well, I honestly, the only company I'd really like to have sponsor the show is Deer Park Water, just because it would save me a small fortune, because we go through like 3 flats of water a week. Like 48 times 3. We're trying to get a feel for what's happening in the court. We've had 0 questions. We've had not a sound out of court. We've just been staring at, I'm not sure if it's the ceiling or the wall at this point. It all sort of blends in. But been staring at that for a while. Didn't make it past the first round. I thought he got the golden buzzer. Was he not the golden buzzer guy? Sounds amazing. See, I was watching Lawyer Leah posted the clock stopped. I'm seeing the clock still running, and my clock is still running as well. So nothing yet. He got the golden ticket to Hollywood. The Buzzer is a different show. I don't watch TV much, if you guys can believe it. You also may need to get the milk brand you buy to sponsor you. 8 gallons a week. I wish 8 was enough, but it's turning into like 10 as my kids are growing. I just have so many teenagers. The Buzzer is America's Got Talent. And the Golden Ticket is the other one. Troy says, and Flash Forge, so you can send me stuff.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Golden Ticket is from Willy Wonka. Everyone knows that. But that's in the candy bar. Like I've never watched the Willy Wonka movie, any of them. I read the book. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I read the book long before anyone thought of making it a movie. It would be impossible to make it a movie because it has Oompa Loompas in it. And you can't just film Oompa Loompas. It was a much better book than it was a movie. The Chocolate. I was trying to say Chocolate Factory, and I sort of tripped over the words.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Thank you. Books are better. Golden Buzzer. I don't know. Right now, I couldn't tell the difference between America's Got Talent, American Idol, and The Masked Singer. It's all pretty much the same thing to me now. I see a couple clips on YouTube, and I don't know which one Simon's on, but the book is always better. My imagination was always better than any movie could make it. Nurse by Night says, I like your name, by the way. When I went on vacation in Hawaii, we stopped at the Dole Plantation, had hot dogs with chili, raw red onions, and pineapple. Big thing in Hawaii. Hot dogs with chili raw. See, I'm going to insert comments here, comments that will make this really, really bad. We had hot dogs with chili raw, red onions, and pineapple. No, sorry, that makes it worse. So much worse. Just the raw hot dogs with chili. I ruined your comment, Nurse by Night. I'm sorry. That was mean of me. Jury is still doing. Need more commas. Mary's had enough. I just not going to take it anymore. Okay, here we go. Cynthia, thank you. American Idol has a golden ticket. Caleb got it second time he auditioned, then voted out first round. Okay, American Idol. That's the one with Simon, right? No. All I know is when I try to watch a highlight from one of these movies, and my kids are watching like over my shoulder the little YouTube clip or whatever, the judges, half of them, my kids are like, why aren't they wearing anything on the judges? So my kids don't approve of the clothing the judges wear, or the lack thereof. he used to be on American Idol years back, but now Simon is on America's Got Talent. Okay, you can't fault me if he was on the one and now he's on the other. Surely no questions from the jury that we're aware of right now. We're just... my kids are correct. Caleb's trial needs a catchy title. Well, let's see. Ken DeCote, I would appreciate a verdict while I wait in line to pick up pizza. Anyone know where FedEx trial was? That's the one in Houston, right? Am I right about that one? It was a one-day trial. He was found guilty. I think he pled guilty. Now jury decides the punishment. Now presents all evidence, and the lawyers say it could take 2 weeks, evidence after guilty. We've seen this one more time before in a case we followed, Laurie, and where you have a jurisdiction where the jury decides the guilt, the punishment based on the evidence. Even if they plead guilty, they sit through all the evidence again. So you basically have a full trial just for the sentencing phase. Which is weird when he's like, I plead guilty, and they're like, well, now we're going to prove him guilty. It's weird, but normally the way it happens is you have somebody who pleads not guilty. You have the full trial, all the evidence comes in, the jury hears it, they possibly convict. When they convict, now they say, oh, now you have another roll jury, you have to decide the punishment. And so in punishment phase, they say, is there any additional evidence to present? And that additional evidence might be stuff that's not allowed in as a testimony in the initial phase, but could be allowed in the punishment phase, plus all the other evidence. And the jury will, the lawyers will say, we submit all the existing case evidence plus this information about, why we think it should be one outcome or the other. Where they didn't have all that first caseload with the jury, then now they're just presented all in the punishment phase. So it's a strange setup. It looks funny, but that's why it works that way. Caleb Flynn said his wife Ashley was shot in their bed by an intruder, but 3 days later arrested on aggravated unaliving charges and a $2 million bail. Will you tell us the results of the poll about how long they would deliberate? I think we were all wrong. I think we're down to like only 17% or 13% of people left in the running as far as the results. Wizard of Ezzy still waiting to go to Miami County. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. We've got to wait and figure out what the setup is for us as far as how the media pool is being managed. Troy, thanks for saving this, by the way. This is awesome. There are the results of the poll we had. 17% or let's sleep on it. Or I guess that's 8%. Let's sleep on it. So we're almost all wrong. I think we're going to print another gavel award here in a little bit. We know the jury is being fed at the courtroom, and so they might be deliberating over lunch.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
The jury's just waiting for the bailiff to come and get them. They haven't started for the day. They showed up at the courtroom. They're in the verdict room waiting for the judge to say they can start. Wondering what's taking so long. FedEx guy waited 4 years before pleading guilty, knowing there was a camera in the truck. Yeah, I've been watching, you know, just video, not listening to. I've seen some of the pictures come up, and I was like, oh man. Can you print multicolor like blue and gold? Yes. It's easiest to do if you're using a spool of filament that is designed to be multicolor. Like it's the strand itself is half gold and half blue. That way one side of the print looks one color and the other side looks another color. But I also can, it's a 4-color printer, so it can print some and then switch and then print more and then switch as many times as needed. Man, the printer poop, it's a thing. Every time you change colors, it has to clean out the nozzle, and you waste, I don't know, probably 6 to 8 inches of filament with every change.
Because he's the guy.
When are we going to break for lunch?
How's the energy cost for the printer? I don't know. I will tell you that getting the printer and printing a lot with it over since Christmas, we have not noticed a significant increase in our power bill. But that could be, you know, could be hidden under, you know, all the other, the heater and AC charges. I have a FlashForge brand, the AD5X, so Alpha Delta number 5X as an X-ray. Is there a verdict? Not yet. We're still watching. The verdict timer is up to 7 hours and 39 minutes, almost 40 minutes of deliberation time over 2 days. Maureen, I can give you a link to the one I got. It doesn't mean you necessarily need that one, but let's see. We're really happy with it. It was fairly easy to set up for us, which I thought was important because it's our first printer. And let's see. Put the link in chat right there for the 3D printer. That's the one we got. I think we got it on a little bit better sale than the price it's at right now on Amazon. I'm showing that it runs about $339 right now. And you do need filament which is about $20 for a 2 kilogram spool. But 2 kilograms is a lot. Ari's going to go to sleep, and then they'll reach a verdict. That's what's going to happen. Jennifer, I'm glad we could get you the Hawaii Honolulu time on the screen there, if that helps a little bit. It's 7:46 p.m., so just add 6 hours to that, and that's the time it is here. Whose side are you? I'm for the winner. No, just kidding. On this one, Cameron, I think the state has proven their case pretty solidly. I did not find the defendant credible in his testimony. There were just too many discrepancies with what everyone else saw and what he says happened that just didn't add up. And all the things that make him look bad, he doesn't remember doing. And the things that he was doing bad, he minimizes to trying to, he's flipped the script. He's done the whole Darvo thing. I didn't find him credible, so I would be on the guilty side if we were voting. Nick, I've got the flash forge. I just put the link. I'll post it in chat one more time if you want. Right here, this message. Whoops. That's not it. There we go. If you click on that link I just posted in chat, that's the link to the printer I have. It's a FlashForge 85X, which is it can print about a 10-inch by 10-inch by 10-inch size object, which is pretty good size. It's not giant, but you can make a lot of nice things. For example, with the help of Ninnis, Ninnis designed this gavel and base, and we printed that. It's a pretty cool little design out of PLA. Took a few hours to crank this one out, but pretty happy. So we can use these for some awards later on. Actually printed it in 60% size instead of full size, but. Deeply worried about this case. It's aroused so much victim blaming and victim shaming on social media that I'm deeply concerned. There was a ton of that. You literally have a person who was nearly scalped and bludgeoned so much that, she just looked a wreck on the scene after the attack, and she's not allowed to be referred to as a victim because of the reversal of the accusation by the defendant. It then causes that fact that she was a victim to be in dispute, and she has to be referred to as the complainant. It's pretty bad. Like the droopy crochet hook you printed. Where did my crochet hook go? I had one here somewhere. Yeah, have faith in the jury. They're doing their job. What are the statistics for deliberation times? I haven't seen hard and fast numbers. There's a general idea, though, that a quick verdict generally is guilty. That's sort of like the prevailing thought. But what is quick? Ian's covering Senator Birchmore tonight. That'll be awesome. We might see if we can portal over to him. Yes, you'd refer to her as the victim after he's convicted. Something doesn't look right in that case for sure. What is one trial that the verdict absolutely stunned you? In a good way? The Arizona... the defendant was accused of murdering the guy who was buying land from in Arizona. He had come down from Alaska to buy the land, stayed at the guy's house, and overnight they got in a fight or something. And he ended up shooting him with like a AR-15 in his own trailer. And the defendant got up and testified. It's the one where the prosecutor had the defendant act out with the actual gun how things happened in the moment, and she was pretending to be the victim, and he was being him, and they're waving around the AR, and he was pointing it at people, and yes, Dean Cummings, I think was the name. Thank you. And then they're like, "Can we check it and make sure it's not loaded?" I'm like, yeah, you think? And also, I think in that one, as he was demonstrating. When he racked the slide, it broke the zip tie that was locked in to keep it from cycling. So it literally broke the safety mechanism off, so it made it fully operable in court. It was a wild case. But Dean Cummings, I thought it was, I had said all through that trial he should not get up and testify. It would do no good. It's not going to help him. He got up and testified, and he was so believable and just so authentic, and the jury believed him. Came back pretty quickly with the not guilty, and he'd been sitting in prison for 18 months, and was released. That one surprised me in a good way. I was happy for him. I believed him. In a bad way, Tatiana Jefferson, the shooting of Tatiana Jefferson. That was the lady who was in her own home, and the police officers responded to a call about a possible intruder, and he went around back, and that was Aaron Dean, right? There was wrongdoing there, but it seemed like it belonged more in a civil situation than a criminal situation. And I mean, it's terrible the way it went down. It's absolutely terrible. But I just didn't see in Aaron Dean what the prosecution tried to paint him into. It was just like he wanted to be a gunslinging cop. I just didn't see that. And that was a tough one too. Did we have pineapple pizza? We did, Chris. It was delicious. Colin Griffin. Oh man, yeah. That was also, that's the kid in Florida, not guilty of murder, right? Is that the one? Still on Zachariah's side too, the one I disagreed with Ari on. Yep. I think Zachariah should get a new trial. As a matter of fact, I've been contacted by people on the side looking to file the appeal, asking if I'd be willing to testify in court if needed for the appeal. And I would. I'd be willing to do that. I'm not sure if it'll ever come to that, but I do think he should get a new trial. But I'm also okay with the jury's verdict. Just that little tiny piece of DNA where it shouldn't have been. Mrs. R.A. does not eat pineapple pizza. No. Who was the kid that got into fights at the parties? That one surprised me. That one is, that one's coming back, isn't it? High school fights, the knife, stabbing. We watched the videos of those, all the cell phone videos. Raul Valle. What's the outcome there? I thought something's back on that one. There's going to be like a different charge or. Why would I be a witness? Well, I believe, I don't know, but I believe that one of the arguments the defense might make in the Zachary Anderson case is that the judge was improper in how he was managing the court. And I don't know the wording or the actual legal filing or the rule that they would use to cite that. But that was a case where the judge was watching our live stream during court, and we have some pretty good evidence that we told him, Judge, if you can read this, scratch your head, and he did, and he was watching his computer, and he played our audio over the live stream, and I mean, we literally have a recording of him. Now we're getting commentary on the case, and there's my voice. I think that portion might be used to try to show that the judge did something improper in how he managed the case in some way. But the Apple River stabbing, was it Apple River? He gets another trial with lesser charges for instance manslaughter. The fireworks are not done. That's the line. It's right here. Well, I'll play it really quickly. So we play the sound effect. 9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom. The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
The fireworks are not done. Now we're getting commentary on the case. That was the audio that played over the live stream, the Pool Media live stream from court, as the judge, who said, now we're getting commentary on the case, was responding to my voice being played. And so, yeah, that was an interesting one. That was a moment and a half when that happened, and I'm trying to figure out how that happened. Do we have a clip to watch? Yes, we do. I think the mods have found it at various times and had it, linked it. Greeners is really good at finding those. When he comes back next week, might be able to have him post it for us. Should put together a highlight reel. Oh, it would be that one. It would be the Maya trial, where we were cited in a couple filings. It would be the Melody Ferris trial, where the witness was watching me and heard what I said on the live stream, and that prompted her to come and report something that happened that she had never told police about, and it might have seriously impacted the case. We're entered as an exhibit with me and with a terrible freeze frame in that case in evidence. The young girl trying to escape her parents. Is that Carly Gregg? Didn't she kill her mom? Is that the one you're talking about? The sorry counter? We just about got an interview with that lawyer. It was so close. We were working and working. We had a connection. We were trying to make that pull that off, but because of the appeal, we couldn't make it happen. I wanted to apologize in person for the sorry counter, but we sort of got included in the closing statement of that trial. Shannon. Yep. Yes, Carly Gregg appeal to be heard. That's past the first hurdle, just getting your appeal heard. But getting your appeal granted is a much bigger hurdle. And just because it's being heard does not mean it'll be granted. I would say that you've got maybe a 1 in 10 chance of it being granted once it's heard. But the odds are still very small. The sorry counter was the Crumbly case in Michigan for the mom. Thought Melody was innocent. There's a lot in that case that we just don't know. I mean, there's a big question mark. It might have happened this way. Didn't seem extremely likely to me. with the, oh, she used the tractor and everything. I don't know. Amber got it. Fireworks are not done. There's the link. Do you want me to? Let's see. Give me a second here. Let me get it ready. You said it was 1:55.
Twice, yeah.
Yeah.
It's on loop. This is the judge's new screensaver.
Okay.
So now what? Now what, Judge? Let me turn my face off so you can see the original. I don't know who suggested this. My wife saw somebody suggest in chat some Valentine's drink. It's green. It's cold. She made it for me. It's delicious.
You can get a copy from the district attorney, okay?
Judge is like, I want this. I'm going to take it home. Put it on the big screen.
I guess it's already marked, so.
So what's happened so far? Let me pause this for just a second. What's happened so far? The judge has just ordered I think it was Law and Crime who was running the live feed in the courtroom to turn over a copy of what just happened. And they turned over like the 60 seconds that he wanted, but he now wants to see what happened before then. And so he is now going to try to look online for a live stream of the case. He looks online, he finds our live stream, and he opens it up on his laptop in front of him.
And I would move for its admission, just so it's part of the record.
It's received for record purposes.
And I'd like to question the DA about it on the stand.
So what's next?
Well, my next question will be, well, I don't want to preview it for the witness, but it'll be about this subject.
Okay.
Okay. Judge says fair game.
Did you ask the jurors to come in? Oh, I guess they're upstairs, huh?
The fireworks are not done. Watch my face in the corner. I'm surprised they haven't asked for the DA to leave the room during this testimony now that they have this piece of evidence about his interaction with the witness. He's clearly already on the witness list. Why have they not objected to him being present during the questioning? Maybe that's the oversight. You know, if you're reading my chat or listening, this is what you should do right now. Ask for him to be escorted out. Fair game.
Did you ask the jurors to come in? Oh, no.
The fireworks are not done. Why am I hearing this?
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
I'm surprised they haven't asked for the DA to leave the room. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's how it happened. That's how it went down. So. All right. So let's go ahead and cut that. That was from the Zachary Anderson trial when the judge played our live stream in court. It was pretty nuts. I know it's a little weird to have like Inception going on with like me and old me and new me in the corner. Look how much your studio has changed. I know. I had so little space then, and now I have so little space now, but for different reasons. Is he the one that scratched his head? Yes, he was. You can watch the whole thing right here at this link. That's the whole day if you want to watch that. It's a great video. I was so stressed out and completely. But Just past 8 hours of deliberation time. The counter's still going. That means the jury has got 5 hours on the clock just for today. What's the other one? I just played the new link. How long ago was that? It was during Zachariah Anderson's case, so a couple of years ago.
Call from
AWOL.
AWOL, how are you doing, my friend?
What's up, RA? What's up, chat?
Just kicking it here. 8 p.m. past my bedtime, but we're still waiting for the jury. So.
It is super past my bedtime too.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this? Where you're at?
I'm still okay. I've said, an hour per day of deliberation, that puts us right about now. All right.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah. I don't know who won.
I don't know who won. But I'm okay with the jury, especially the idea that it's Hawaiian and they are a more relaxed society, just casual. There's no rush, right, to just about anything. And so I'm okay with them taking a little longer. So I'd be okay. But if we're still sitting here tomorrow after lunchtime, and by lunchtime I mean their lunchtime, I'd be concerned a little bit.
Okay, what would be a concern? What do you think that they are thinking? Like, there's no way. Are you caught up on the charges? Not you per se. I'm saying jury-wise. Like, if you put yourself in the mind of the jury, are you caught up in the? Are they like? Was it intentional? Was it a lesser? What are your thoughts? I'd be
concerned that maybe there are some people on the jury who might think that we don't have proof that he tried to push her. We don't have any proof that he tried to stab her with the
syringes.
syringe.
That was a crazy thing. But he could have thrown it away. They found them hours later, but
yeah, but
he could have tossed it. But anyway,
it would basically mean that I'd be worried that a jury might be looking for that physical evidence to support a verdict instead of the circumstantial. And I'm fine with circumstantial. You know that I've been okay with circumstantial evidence.
Facts. Me too.
For a long time.
I'm understanding that more in my personal position. I go, yeah, I don't like it, but I have to I'm reevaluating my own thoughts on it. That I go, all right, I think that might be enough.
Yeah. That would be my concern, is that we might have some jurors that quite honestly don't understand the law and how it works, the evidence and how it works fully, and are looking for a level of proof that is beyond what is needed. In fact, giving the accused a benefit that they don't have, a right they don't have, and that's to be caught in the act in order to be found guilty.
That's interesting. That is an interesting thought experiment. Do you think that this is not a slight, this is not a, you know what I mean? Do you think their culture or whatever, they don't understand the law like we understand it, being that we're in the lower 48s?
I don't know if there's a societal,
right?
Underlying understanding difference. Obviously, Hawaiians are smart people. I don't think they're less capable of reason or anything else. But in a small group of 12, especially if they are not familiar with the law and how it works, it's reasonable to say, I was looking for that evidence. If I'm going to find somebody guilty, you have to prove them guilty. And where's that proof? So it's
right. So I'm saying, do you think the island has a different perception of the Constitution that we have?
I don't think so. I
don't think so either. But it's an interesting thought.
I'd definitely say they have a healthier outlook on life and on what's important than most of us do. Just they've got strong family culture there. They've got just a love for the land, and the slower pace that I think is healthier and probably better than what most of us have. But I don't think they're lacking in knowledge when it comes to the law generally.
Me either. I don't think they're lacking either. I think it might be a cultural difference. But regardless, as we watch this trial, I'm pro-defendant and making the state meet their burden. I'm sorry, it's guilty on my end. The voice recorders, the WhatsApp, that's creepy. I'm sorry, that's creepy. That's enough for me to go, she did not attack you. I'm sorry. She could have, right? But I don't know. I think he's guilty.
With it being he said, she said, it's possible that a juror might look at this and say, I basically have to weigh their arguments as carrying the same weight. Okay,
right.
One perspective versus the other perspective. And there is some evidence that he has an injury that could be consistent with being hit on the side of the head with a rock. And if that happened, then it's possible to say it's possible that the injury to her head could have been done with one or two quick hits with the rock as he was trying to defend himself. And I mean, it's possible to get there. It seems like a couple big jumps for me where I'm from mentally, but I couldn't fault a jury member if they looked at the facts and came to that conclusion using their own deductive reasoning. I reach a different one, but I can see it happening.
I can see. But I don't know if I said this before. I'm like, I don't understand. I was explaining this case to my friend. I was like, why didn't he just walk the rest of the hike and then take a alleged selfie, push her, and go, oh my God, she fell. I think that 5 minutes into the hike from the parking lot, they got into a disagreement, and she said, you know what? I'm not dealing with this. I'm going back to the car. And he said, oh no, I planned this all out and I'm missing my opportunity of my alleged incident. So I'll just try to end it here. Not in his fit of rage, because considering everything he did with the creeping, the spying, the ordering, the spy device or the audio on Walmart purchase, I'm like, that's crazy behavior. I'm sorry, you could want to protect yourself, but in my opinion, as a man, that's crazy behavior, right? It's crazy.
I can also see this as he had given it some thought, but it wasn't like his plan. That it was almost opportunistic. That doesn't get around premeditation because it only takes an instant to form, an intention to do something. But it could very much be. I mean, the letter might have been genuine. He might have been trying, in his way, which I think is a little twisted because he's got a sort of a very different view of relationships than I do. But he could have been, making his attempt, doing what the therapist told him to do to try to heal the relationship while still harboring this anger, which he doesn't want to say is anger, but this resentment or all these very difficult to process feelings about what he felt was an affair. The emotional affair. And so, in the situation, if they did get in an argument, the intrusive thoughts win, and it could easily escalate to what they had here. I don't think it was, I have to push her off at this place on the cliff and we'll get there. I mean, she wasn't comfortable. She's like, I'm not going. And he's like, come on, it's easy. He's like, well, I'm going ahead anyway. And she waits. They both say they waited, and then he came back. That's both their stories match in that part. And
so, can I ask you a question? You see? Are you at a no premeditation?
No, I think there's a premeditation. I think
on his part, obviously.
Yeah, I believe there was a syringe. I believe
you do.
I do. And
okay.
if I believe there's a syringe, I don't see another reason.
That's
for him
premeditation
to have
automatically.
Yeah.
And they found him what? How many hours later? I think it was like
8 hours later.
8? That could have been anywhere in the woods.
Yeah, and he was.
You're never going to find
everything else that he had that was with her, not off the edge or something else, went missing during that time. So there are other items that were gone at that time. It just adds up. I mean, she was telling the same story from the moment that she got help. From that very moment on, her story has not changed all the way through this.
As an excited utterance.
Yeah.
And kept her story straight. So I guess you're leaning guilty. I don't want to make your decision for you, but I guess you're
by
going
leaning.
for...
If you're talking about firmly seated on the guilty button, yes, that's where I'm at on this one.
Are you beyond reasonable doubt?
I feel I am. I'm beyond the hesitation to act.
So am I. So am I. So there are little rooms of like, maybe why didn't you walk the rest? Maybe, like I said, they started the hike, and she said, you know what, I'm going back. And he's like, oh, no, let me end it now. And then you go, really, her story with the syringe almost sounds insane. But then you look at his job and his career. Would he not have access to that? Yes, he would. Yeah. So then I give her that benefit of the doubt, where he could have had that, didn't succeed. The other two female hikers found this situation, thankfully, saved her, and he went gallivanting into the woods with the syringes, dropped it, and are you going to run through the mountains in Hawaii looking for a syringe?
I'd love to.
That's
if somebody
insane.
would pay for my ticket down there, I'll take the metal detector and spend weeks. I'll spend weeks looking for it.
I gotta drive a truck. I have no time for that.
There's no road that gets you to Hawaii. So.
Anyway, so I'm at a guilty. I know everybody thinks I'm always whatever, but I'm saying at this point, I was 3 days in. I was like, this is not looking good.
It's not. There's just all
opening statements almost had me already.
Yeah, it was quite telling. I think the prosecution did a really good job throughout this whole case. A couple slip ups, couple things where they could have done better in asking the questions. I think with the mill on the stand,
on the state side, you mean?
Yeah, on the state side.
Okay.
There are witnesses. The detective that the defense recalled back onto the stand. He was terrible for the state, and I think it was because there was like misunderstanding of the questions. Like what he was being asked was not clear, and it's not all the state's fault. But I think they knew they were working with someone who, struggled to understand basic questions, and they instead of tailoring their questions to meet his ability to understand, which is difficult when you're on direct because you can't lead. But instead of trying to do that, they instead floundered around and had to, flip answers. You got an answer that was wrong and have to try to steer him back around to make it correct. Because he just didn't understand what we were talking about. And we saw a little bit of that as well with the mill at the very end about, do you have any doubt that your dad, had said, and he gives the wrong answer, right?
And they might have been afraid to open up the door for the defense to do something, and then they would ask the question outside of the scope, which is another battle. Like, this is like 4D chess where they're doing things. This is an interesting trial. Mind you, it's Hawaii. This is our first one in Hawaii, I believe, right? Obviously, yes.
I think we've done like a day visit to Hawaii and watched some court down here before. I'd like to come back. It's a fun time frame to visit because it's late
I love
in
the
afternoon.
time zone because I wake up at 4 a.m. Eastern, so I get to do my job and come home and be with you all.
Which is great.
With my chat family. But, all right, I'll talk to your ear off long enough.
Hey, well, thank you very much. It's always good to talk to you.
Have a good night.
Appreciate
I
it, my
love
friend.
you.
We'll see
Love
ya.
you, chat.
All right.
Stay safe.
Bye-bye.
Peace.
All right. The prosecution said that if not for the two nurses, yes. 8 hours and 15 minutes. Wow. How bad was the defense lawyer? His closing was so disjointed. I think what made it bad is that he took the prosecution's arguments personally. Like every time the prosecution tried to bring evidence in, it was an affront to the defense attorney personally. Got another call coming in.
Call from Melissa P.
Melissa P., how are you doing?
Oh, I had to call and tell you something.
Okay,
I had to.
I'm all ears. Go ahead.
well, I think it's going to make you feel better because I heard you complaining about car problems. And so I thought I could make you feel a little better.
Okay,
so
please do.
a few months ago, Matthew started having trouble with the AC, and my son refused to spend thousands to fix it and said, I'm going to fix it. He went out and bought all the tools, said, I'm going to fix it. Well, then about a month and a half, 2 months ago, my husband's car, the transmission went out in it.
Okay.
And they wanted $8,000 to fix it. But the problem was it wasn't just the and this is a 2016 Ford Focus with like 120,000 miles. So not even that old, 10 years
You
old.
could buy another one to replace it for less.
Exactly. Well, then they said, but the problem isn't even just the transmission. It's that apparently when the engineers build these cars, and my dad worked at Ford when I was little, so I know this is true, and my dad would joke about it, the engineers put in these, I can't say the actual words, but it's the laughs and giggles button, or the SHITS and giggles button.
Oh, you spelled it out for us, and now we know.
Yeah, well, I had to. I didn't know what to say. Poops and giggles. There you go. Well, so my dad would joke about how, I had to say, so the engineers would joke about this, but I've never seen it actually happen. And then last week, my son's best friend works at the dealership, and he called and he said, okay, we have had everybody, all the best mechanics on the East Coast and the South, they have all looked at the car, and they said that this car has now thrown codes that don't normally happen on this engine, and we can't fix it.
Okay.
So the car is now useless. So we still owe money on this car. It's 10 years old, and it wasn't just, and we have had like CPU problems with it, transmission, AC, and now my husband has done something to the engine that even the engineers can't figure out how this happened.
Maybe what you should do is take the car. Well, it's a Focus, you said?
It's a Focus. I don't want to ever let my husband drive again.
Okay, take the car, take the engine out so it's be lighter. Cut a big hole under the foot area for
and make it a plant.
And no, I'm thinking go full on Flintstones. It's a lightweight car.
Don't tempt me. We live in Florida where it takes 45 minutes to get everywhere.
But it's flat, so you can push it pretty easily.
Okay, now that is fair. It's flat, but the pavement gets hot.
It does. You'll have to wear some Crocs or something. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
So see, but I just had, like I said, I thought it would make you feel better because my husband, when he does something, he goes big or he goes home, and they said, I mean, like literally, this car, 10 years old. 10 years old. So I just thought it would make you feel better about your car issues, though.
Thank you. My car issue is significantly smaller than the $8,000 new transmission. So I do feel better already.
Yeah, they wanted $15,000 to fix it.
That is nuts. You tell them I already bought the car. I just need you to fix it.
That's what we said. We're like, no. And my son is talking to his best friend going, you're not listening to me. I'm your best friend. You know me, and you're not listening to me. You are like $9,000 over what I'm even considering. What are you talking about? And his best friend kept throwing ideas at him, and he's like, no. So yeah, like I said, when I told my twinsy about this, she was like, when Matthew does something, he really does it all the way.
Yeah. Awesome.
So,
that's just wonderful. I'm sorry you're going through that. That is just not fun at all.
You know us. We'll make it through. But since you're already waiting with Honolulu time, I figured, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to call in and tell him this because he'll feel better.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Melissa. Thank you very much. It's good talking to you.
All right. Congrats on your grandbaby. And I hope y'all had a blessed Easter. And just thank you for streaming the trial. This one is nuts.
It's crazy. Hopefully we get a verdict
This
here soon.
one's I'm waiting. I'm trying. Matthew's got to go to bed because he gets up at 3:45, and I keep keeping him up late with all this.
I'm sorry, Matthew. I'm sorry.
Right. Oh, he gave up and went and got in a late shower. He's like, I'm going to get in the shower. So, but, all right, you can have a great night. Okay.
Thank you very much. Talk to you later.
All right, bye.
Bye. Melissa P. and Matthew, good friends of the channel. Sometimes they send us stuff that is not yummy. Hey, welcome home. They sent us some very nasty jelly beans. By us, I'm talking about myself and Thomas for the podcast. All right. Good news, bad news. My county is getting its first dollar store. Should I circle which one I think is appropriate? There's sometimes where you just need a dollar store. Like when you forgot your child's birthday and you have like 3 minutes to run to the store and grab some balloons to hurry and blow up and make it look like you'd prepared something. Dollar store comes in a pinch every time for something like that. And you know, a quick present or things like that, you can always count on dollar store to have what you need. Other than that, you just sort of wish it wasn't there, because dollar store tends to bring other things that you don't want. Frequent overhaul, rapid depreciation. Sorry about that. La Salle, thank you. 1:22 a.m. here. I'm going to have to give up for the night. Mags Holland, thanks for sticking it out this far. It is looking more and more like it's probably not going to be tonight. But looking at the time, they've only got a little over an hour left to deliberate today before they're going to send them home for the night. Let's see. Everything at my dollar store is over $3. Best snacks. Oh yeah. They've got a quick bag of chips and a drink for sure. $1.25 tree is my friend. Laura's going to try to stick it out till 2:45 a.m. Laura, you're incredible. I plan on being live in the morning again. Obviously, the Judge Boyd case didn't come through for us today, so we're going to have to look for something else. And then tomorrow night, about this time, we'll be half an hour into the podcast. So that's going to be fun. Have you been to a 5 and Below? I've seen them. I've never been in. Podcaster verdict. What's coming faster? They're seeing movement. Let's see. I'm seeing my camera's really dark. There we go. Where did you see movement on the? Are you saying you saw movement in court? Let's see if I can bring court back for you so you can see the wall. Box 3 is going to be camera 7. Selena K, thanks for the gifted membership. What is the verdict poll? We had 87% guilty, 13% not guilty for our community. I'm trying to pay attention. What did I miss? I'll just forgive you if you skipped morning court. Blue Star, get some rest. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. We're waiting here for updates. Kathy Russin is saying movement. Ooh, could it be? Could it be? Let me keep an eye on the Twitterverse. Ooh. Amber, you're going to have to wait. We're stopping the clock with 8 hours, 26 minutes and 47 seconds on it. Just moments ago, we got word the verdict has been reached in the Hawaii versus Koenig trial. The jury has reached a verdict. We're getting calls. The burner phone's going nuts, but I'm sorry, the music is playing. I cannot answer them right now. My apologies. It took 8 days of testimony for the jury to hear what happened on that Polipuka Trail in Hawaii. On Ariel's birthday, the husband and wife go up on a trail, and on the way down, one comes back bloodied and bruised. The other does not return. It takes 8 hours later for the police to find them, and what happened in the meantime is the subject of this case. The defendant is accused of attempting to kill his wife Ariel, who he said had an emotional affair with a teleworker from her job in a high-tech job. He was a anesthesiologist and had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to try to kill her, and Ariel says that's exactly what he tried to do. First, by trying to push her off the cliff on the trail. Second, by trying to stab her with a syringe with an unknown fluid, possibly propofol, in it. And third, by bashing her head with the rock. The third thing that happened, while the defendant was straddling his wife on the trail, hitting her with the rock, was observed by two hikers, two nurses, who happened to hear the cries for help and interrupted the attack. If not for that, this could be a very, very different case. The jury reaching a verdict now. Will be coming back into the courtroom here, wrapping up the day, and we'll be hearing exactly what their verdict is in just a moment. There is a lot of options on the table. Guilty as charged could see the defendant go to jail for the rest of his life with the opportunity of parole. But the lesser includeds could be a much, much lighter sentence with just a handful of years as time on the inside. All right. Why doesn't Ari know if a verdict is in? I do. That's why we're playing music. We have a verdict. Best hockey song ever. Always makes me nervous. Now we have the waiting game, because what happens now is before the jury can come in and read the verdict to the court has to assemble the parties who have an interest and desire to be present, including possibly some of the witnesses who have testified, including Ariel, possibly Emil, possibly the nurses, possibly some of the detectives. Definitely the prosecution has to be there, and of course the defense has to all be present. So we'll get them summoned. And it may take as much as half an hour or so for a verdict to be read. And we're here for it. Can I get free pizza and the verdict? I heard there's a verdict. Thank you. Almost past my bedtime. I apologize to those of you who decided it was just too late. You can't stay up another moment. And then I started playing the music because now you're hooked. Matthew is going to redrum me. I'm sorry, Melissa. I'm sorry. You make it so exciting. Thank you. I like to try to sum up what happened in court, all within the verdict music. The verdict music is something we play not to make any sort of mockery of the court, but to get the attention of all of you who have been watching, some of you while you're working, some of you while you have other things going on, to let you know that a verdict is in fact in, and this is the part you've been waiting for. So gather round as we prep and wait with bated breath for a jury verdict to come in. I'm going to go back to my regular size in the corner because we want to watch everything that happens in court without me covering it up. So I'm just going to shrink back down to the corner here, if you don't mind, and we'll get rid of some of the overlays as well here in just a moment as well.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years
8 hours and 26 minutes. Basically, most of us were wrong. Only 8% of us right on the deliberation time. But the verdict itself, unknown what it is. We do see a little movement there in court. They've heard some mic testing as well. Thank you, RA, for your excellent coverage. Deb, thank you. Appreciate your support. Thank you for being here. What percentage of polls selected this time? 8%. 8% said sleep on it, which was the over 8 hour period. Do they send it same day in Hawaii? I believe there would be a pre-sentence investigation on this, a PSI. But we'll have to check and see. I think there would be because there's a range of, well, depending on the verdict, there are a range of punishments. I would be surprised at this point if this comes back as a not guilty. To me, that just seems It seems unimaginable. I'll be floored if it's not guilty. All right, let's get rid of the Hawaii time. We know that it is, in fact, 2:36 p.m. It's the first time I got the time right. I said under 2 hours, says Laura. I was dead wrong. So glad we have a verdict today. Me as well. I like to see a conclusion that doesn't drag on for too long. I was part of the 8%, says Melanie. Wonderful. Selena K gifted another membership. Selena, thank you for your generosity. Selena going to be headed to Hawaii herself in the not too distant future. I would have been happier had I gotten pineapple pizza. Maybe. I've got a couple slices in the fridge if you want. It's very cheesy. All right, let me update the title of our stream today. There we go. Will Ari be in court? I don't know. She has not been in court that we know of, other than to testify. That's all we've seen. Second verdict for today, says AWOL. Let's go. I'm excited because I get to go to bed at a reasonable hour. We don't have to stay up till 10 o'clock at night Eastern time. It took longer than I would have thought. Maybe they were just thorough. Let's see, chat is not on the screen, apparently. I will go ahead and put that on the screen. I apologize. I've been trying to post your comments and your milestone messages. Let me see if I can get that corrected. Selena K, thanks for gifting a membership. Angela, member for 18 months. Also, dear court, it's 2:36 a.m. here where I am. Can we get a verdict reading fast? Pretty, please. Deb Nelson, thank you for your super chat and your support of the show. I appreciate that. Kind words. I talk about Bruno. Shout out to all the nurses being there in real time, even in the wilds. Love it, Bruno. Thank you very much. Or I talk about Bruno. Thank you. Thankful, almost past my bedtime. Southern CJB. Thank you. Meg, let's go. Selena gifted another membership. The real Emily Ross. Has anyone researched the Hawaiian Queen? It's fascinating. Her parents wanted to marry her and ship her off. I don't know what that might be about something else. Mary D2D, welcome to the gallery. Thank you. Appreciate your support from earlier as well. If I missed that, I apologize. All right, the verdict clock has stopped because we have played the verdict music. We have a verdict. We're just waiting for everyone to assemble in the courtroom so that the verdict can be read. I was trying to put away dishes to get his attention and read chat here. Guilty is my prediction, says Satori. Did the verdict music play? Yes, it did. It did. We do have a verdict for sure. Darlene, thanks for the kind words. Thanks for being here. Love that you're with us. It wouldn't be the same without you here. What are his charges? Attempted murder. That's what they're going for. It would be up to a life with the possibility of parole is the most extreme sentence he could receive on the highest charges. But there are lots of lesser includeds all the way down to attempted manslaughter, which would factor in the EMED, the extreme mental and emotional distress that he was under. That he was under at the time it happened, that would lessen the charges if the jury feels that that's what happened. We need a verdict pending bug. I might work on the bugs. One of the things my new equipment has is the ability to send layered keys, so I can put bugs on the screen very easily without having to have a alpha layer. I know there's a lot there, but anyway, I got more options coming up. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to the verdict music. It was good. It was really good. Always is. That Hawaii clock really came in handy. Laura, thanks for the advice. It is 2:42 p.m. in Hawaii right now. I'm beyond nervous. We need a verdict alert like the emergency ones that come across our phones, like an Amber Alert. We'll just blanket the U.S. with an alert telling people to go to YouTube now because a verdict has been reached. I get thirsty doing the verdict music. All right. Selena K gifted another 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Selena. And also Regina Adams gifted 5 memberships. You guys are both extremely generous. Congratulations to the recipients. Let's see. Since you use Discord, you could actually tag everyone when a verdict comes in, and anyone signed up would get it. We could, but I believe less than 25% of our subscribers use Discord. So it's hard to reach everybody. Let's see. Robert says, "Where's my free membership? Are you guys prejudiced against us Brits?" Robert, if I had one to give you, I would hand it to you personally. But YouTube takes them all and distributes them, much like a fertilizer spreader chooses to send fertilizer pellets to various parts of the lawn. It seems apparently random, and aiming for a specific area is almost futile. I'm not sure why I equated the gift membership to fertilizer, but I think the analogy works. Selena K gifted a membership and missed Robert as well. Selena, thank you for that. Amber tagging everyone on Discord is how I knew about the verdict. Amber, thank you for doing that. Discord is confusing. I'm old. I wouldn't mind hearing the music again just for those who missed it. We can play it. I'm not going to talk over it again because I can only do that once. But for those that missed the music, just while we wait, as soon as court starts moving, we'll kill the music. But we'll do that one more time. defendant and his team of attorneys have made it into the courtroom. Prosecution is present as well. We're just looking now to see if everybody in the courtroom is present. The defendant's parents, normally seated right there in the courtroom, are seated behind him right now. They're here to hear this as well. A couple gallery members are there.
Remember in the beginning?
I remember in the beginning, yes. Tommy Otaki looks to be nervous, pacing once again. moving around the courtroom like he did just before his closing statement. Everyone's sitting on the edge of their seats. We are done with our timer overlay as well, so let me get rid of that. I don't need the deliberation timer. That's going to be camera 2. All right, there's the defendant taking a look behind him, seeing who is present on both sides of the courtroom, who might be here either to cheer or to cheer him on, as the case may be. We anticipate with the defendant in the courtroom, the verdict will be read in mere minutes. I'd be surprised if it's more than 10 minutes from, or even 5 minutes from right now. Usually the defendant's one of the last people to show up. And honestly, once he's there, they don't really need to wait for anybody. Had there been a fatality in this case, obviously the victim impact, or the victims and the victim's representative would be notified and have an opportunity to be here. With there being a surviving victim, and I say victim because I believe she is, the rules aren't quite so strict as far as her ability to be there and be present when this happens. Nicole Meredith, thank you for upgrading your membership to the jury. Appreciate that. It's wonderful. We do not know if Ariel's present right now in the courtroom. Let's see. Brenda Meyer. No other place I'd rather be. Thank you, Brenda. Appreciate that. All right, just panning slowly around the courtroom. The judge is there. The clock is off. That's interesting. I don't see prosecution yet. We might be looking over them or behind them, but they have to be here as well. I did see a Aloha shirt there, probably from a cameraman or something. It's got to be a nerve-wracking moment for anyone sitting in the courtroom with a... We're here from the court now. Hang on. Mr. Atake says, "You got this, man," and then walks out of the courtroom. It's going to be a minute, looks like. He wouldn't have walked out had they been ready to start right now. So we probably are missing the prosecutor. Don't need everybody on the prosecution team, just one member of the team present to proceed. Somebody who'd be able to make a decision if something needed to be decided. There we go. Prosecutor walks in with his bag. An assistant prosecutor as well. Second chair, who is, I believe, the mentor.
You are unmuted.
Now we're just going to wait for the jury. Don't think there's anything else we need to do prior to them coming.
Oh, sorry. Yes. You're on case number 7, State of Hawaii versus Gerhard Koenig, 1 CPC-25-373 for further jury trial. Counsel, can I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Joel Garner for the state. Also present is Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Franklin Don Bucaro, Jr.
Afternoon, Mr. Garner. Afternoon, Mr. Bucaro.
Please silence your phone, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thomas Otake and Matt Dirks on behalf of Dr. Gerhard Koenig, who is present.
Afternoon, Mr. Stauch. Afternoon, Mr. Burks. Afternoon, Dr. Koenig.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
Gentlemen, all of you can be seated. Also, I wanted to raise a few things on the record. The court received communication number 1 this morning from the jury at 10:28. I did not send it out to you, and when I read it out loud to you, you can understand why. The jury wrote asking 6 questions. 1, may we please have blue painter state? 2, may we please have large Post-its? 3, may we please have other colored dry erase pens? 4, may we have another whiteboard? 5, an easel for a notepad. 6, regular markers. I didn't send this through to you. It was more just asking for supplies. So the court answered the communication at 10:35 stating the court will collect and provide the requested materials. The additional whiteboard may be difficult, but we will look for one or a suitable substitute. With respect to the handling of the communication number 1 from the jury this morning, Mr. Garner, any objections by the state?
None from the state.
How about you, Mr. Otto?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
And then communication number 2 was received at 2:18 this afternoon, stating we've reached a verdict. And before the jury goes back into the courtroom, counsel, is there anything else you want to take up on record? Mr. Barth?
Nothing at the moment.
Mr. Tucker?
No, Your Honor.
And Ms. McCallum, the jury is ready. We'll take that.
All right, the jury's going to be brought in. The judge saying there that there were 2 notes the jury sent out, one at 10:28 this morning that had 6 questions on it. Every one of the questions was, can we have this? Can we have Post-it notes? Can we have colored markers? Can we have another whiteboard? Can we have some string? We're making a diorama. We've entered detective mode. Can you please bring us supplies? Is what I hear in those questions. And they were granted those supplies or something similar to them. And then at 2:18, they sent another note. That was about half an hour ago, where they said, we've reached a verdict. So absolutely fascinating.
All rise for the jury.
Jury's entering now. I wish I could have seen the walls in the jury deliberation room with the red string and the Post-it notes and the diorama, the diagrams.
Okay, everyone can be seated. The jury is now in the courtroom. Can the foreperson of the jury please stand and state their name?
Jury number 9, McCullough Atkins.
Ms. Atkins, good afternoon. Has the jury reached a verdict in this case?
Yes, Judge, we have.
And did you sign and date the verdict form?
Yes, Judge.
Can you leave it in the manila folder? Ms. McCallum will come and collect it from you. Ms. Atkins, you can have a seat. Thank you. Dr. Koenig, can you stand as the clerk of the court reads the verdict of the jury?
Case number 1 CPC-25-00000373, State of Hawaii versus Gerhard Koenig. We, the jury in this case, finds the defendant guilty of attempted manslaughter based upon extreme mental or emotional disturbance, dated 4/8/26 by the foreperson.
Gentlemen, you can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to call you by chair number, not by name, but by chair number, and I'm going to ask that you answer out loud either yes or no. If you agree with the verdict that was read out loud here in court, you would answer yes. If you disagree with the verdict that was read out loud in court, you would answer no. Starting with chair number 1.
Yes.
Chair 2.
Yes.
Chair 3.
Yes.
Chair number 4.
Yes.
Chair number 5.
Yes.
Chair number 6.
Yes.
Chair 7.
Yes.
Chair 8.
Yes.
Chair number 9.
Yes.
Chair 10.
Yes.
Chair number 11.
Yes.
Chair number 12.
Yes.
Thank you very much, ladies and members of the jury. Dr. Koenig, the verdict of the jury is indeed unanimous and consistent with their verdict. The court judges you guilty of attempted manslaughter in this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to send you back into the jury deliberation room one more time. There's a little bit more paperwork that you'll need to complete with Ms. McCallum. I will make myself available. I'll come into the jury room in about 5 minutes in case anybody has any questions. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. You don't have to wait though. If you want to get an early head start on your commute home, you're free to do so. When you leave in the hallways of the courthouse, the attorneys might be outside. They're always interested in hearing feedback from the jury. In addition, there's media that has covered this case. There will be members of the media out in the hallway as well. Some of them may invite you to talk about your jury experience. You're free to talk to anybody that you want to now that your jury service is just about at an end. However, if you don't want to talk with anybody, you don't have to. And that includes me. So you don't have to wait for me to come into the jury room. If you don't want to talk to anybody, including me, you're free to leave. But before you do go, though, if I do not have a chance to speak with you, on behalf of the parties and the rest of the judiciary, thank you very much for your time and your service. We started this case, it feels like a month ago. It's been a long, long haul for all of you. It has not been easy. We never thought it was going to be easy when we started this case. We already talked about how hard a job it was going to be. And through it all, you had to endure bad weather, bad traffic, horrible parking conditions. Thank you very much for your flexibility, your perseverance. I hope you and your family remain safe during this weekend. Again, if I don't get to talk with you, thank you very much. You have our utmost gratitude. And like I said at the beginning of this case, this is still true today, it has been my great honor to serve with you on this case. Thank you very much. So for the last time, into the jury deliberation. All rise.
All right. I heard murder. Was it not? Was it manslaughter? Second-degree murder was the maximum charge they were going for. You heard manslaughter?
If everyone can be seated.
Holy smokes.
Consistent with the verdict in this case, the court will order the preparation of the pre-sentence investigation and report and schedule sentencing in this case on July 16th, the Thursday morning, counsel, at 8:30 in the morning. Do you have any objections to the setting, Mr. Barnett?
Could we potentially have 1 week earlier? I know there's some time that it takes Stacy and me to prepare the work.
But I can go later.
Okay, I'm potentially out of town for the last couple of weeks of July. I don't have approval to travel yet, but
setting in August would be better though.
And I have a training on the first week of August.
I'm sorry?
I have a training on the first week of August.
So early August?
After the 7th. If that's okay.
That's a long delay.
Yes.
This one's okay? Agreeable?
August 13th?
Yes, sir.
Fine.
So August 13th at 8:30 will be the sentencing in this case. Mr. Garner, is there anything else you want to take up on record?
There is one thing, Your Honor. I'm unsure if we place this on record during the closing argument portion. After the state's closing argument, the state was made aware of a case that came out in 2025 that required the state to ask that a portion of the state's closing argument be stricken.
I did.
Was that placed on the record or was it an off-record discussion?
It was on record.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was on record.
And I gave the curative instruction to the jury right away.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Wataki, anything else you want to take up before adjourning?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Court's adjourned.
Okay, we're gonna do a quick rewind here. In just a second, as we're gonna watch him.
You are muted.
He's let out. Give me a second here. We're gonna rewind. I need to hear exactly how that happened. I swear I heard murder, but if they said manslaughter, that means they found the EMAD. They must have gone with EMAD. Let's see here. We're going to go back and listen one more time to this verdict.
Afternoon, Your Honor. Thomas Otake and Matt Dirks on behalf of Dr. Gerhard.
Hang on, we're going to skip ahead just a tiny bit. We don't have to go that far back.
Mr. Barth.
Nothing at the moment.
Mr. Otake.
No, Your Honor.
And Ms. McCallum, the jury is ready. We'll take them.
They bring the jury in. We're going to skip ahead just a tiny bit. Jury comes in.
Dr. Koenig, can you stand as the clerk of the court reads the verdict of the jury?
Case number 1 CPC-25-00000373, State of Hawaii versus Gerhard Koenig. We, the jury in this case, finds the defendant guilty of attempted manslaughter based upon extreme mental or emotional disturbance.
Wow.
Dated 4/8/26
Wow.
by the foreperson.
Gentlemen, you can be seated.
That was like the lowest. That was the lowest of the options, and you saw Tommy Osaka just nodding like, "Yep, good." That was his win. He never asked for a not guilty. He didn't want the jury to come back. Well, I'm sure he would have loved for the jury to come back and say not guilty, but that wasn't what he asked for. He asked them to find him guilty under manslaughter with EMAD, but then he didn't even argue it in his closing, and the jury found him guilty. So second-degree manslaughter, 20 years max, 20 years tops. Whew. And of course, Dr. Koenig responded as just absolutely stunned that this was even a possibility in his trial. We're not going to find out till August, the second week of August, what the actual verdict is. Wow, that is just wild. That is crazy. I'm floored. I would love to hear from the jury in this one and get an idea as to what their rationale was on finding him guilty of the attack, but under a lesser level because of the emotional distress. What was the emotional distress? Are they saying that he was being attacked? Because if they can't say that he was being attacked, if they believe that Ariel attacked him with the rock, then all of this is covered under self-defense, and it's not guilty. The rationale is just the affair. Wow. I'm stunned. I mean, this is the guilty verdict, and I'm stunned that they came back with this finding. I thought there was no way, especially after in closing the defense didn't even argue it. Had they argued for EMAD, Tommy could have gotten up and spoken last to the jury. He had a sur rebuttal he could have given under the law and been the last person. Excuse me. Oh, pizza there. That's going to be clipped forever. The pizza came back to haunt me. He could have got up and talked to the jury one more time and been the last person to tell them anything, but he didn't argue, so he didn't get that sur rebuttal. But the instruction was included in the judge's instructions to the jury. Kathleen, I'm sorry, it was gross. This is what happens when I stay up late. The ghost of pizza past. Pineapple revenge. Oh my goodness! Wow. Well, that brings us to a closing in this case, and a surprising one, but one that we respect the wishes and the will of the jury. We'll see what the sentence is next. I'm so sorry. I really wish that burp hadn't happened, but it was what it was. Dare I say time for the music? I think it's time to play the music and wrap this one up. Google says up to 10 years. I've heard as many as 20. We'll have to see under EMAD exactly what the rules are. I guess the takeaway from this is because I'm pretty sure that the doctor is not going to be ever operating on anyone again. No one else's life is going to be in his hands in that scenario. I'm positive the divorce is going to go through with Ari. That's over. That's done with. And there's a good chance that that she'll be taken care of in that divorce. At the end of the day, thankfully, thanks to 2 nurses, no one died. And we have, opportunities, even though there's, it was serious. I'm not trying to minimize this at all, but there are some things you can't come back from, right? And death is one of them. And thankfully for Ari, it didn't go that far. Grateful for those 2 nurses. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe as we go live again. We'll be live tomorrow morning with more of some court hopping. More court hopping. It's going to be great. We'll have another case here soon. You guys have an absolutely wonderful night. Thank you for hanging with me this late. You guys be good to each other. We'll see you in the morning.